Ladies love the skin.
Ow.
Bring it a little bit closer. The good skin, that is. That's why having a proper skincare routine is very important, and you need to feel the teach. The process is so easy, just 4 steps. You got your daily face wash. That's going to clean your face up nice and right. You got your exfoliator scrub. That's going to open up your pores. You got your AM moisturizer with the SPM 20, which is going to protect you from the sun. You also got your PM moisturizer, which is going to make sure your skin is protected throughout the night. Tej has tons of reviews from dedicated customers across the world. I know I said a lot, but it's okay, because guess what? It comes with an instruction card to explain to you in detail what to do morning and night. And because Tej is a sponsor, they're offering my family 30% off along with a free gift. Just click that link that's in the description and feel the Tej.
Don't be easily manipulated. We may have a video to follow for that.
I'm surprised how easy it is to take advantage of people. All you got to do is hit them in a soft spot, money, love, or something personal. You take that, you placate them to the point where you make them feel like they're infallible. You're a victim. Everything these people do, they're doing you wrong. These people are bad and you are good. You do not deserve this. You take something irrational and you make it their norm. You need to be with somebody who's going to only pay attention to you. Do they have a life? No. Do they have dreams? Hell no. You manifested them out of nothing. Their job is to make you happy. And then you villainize the people on the other side. And you just continually tell them what they want to hear. You hold them to no modicum of accountability. They'll listen to whatever you say, and they'll never stop to think that you didn't really help them. You just placated them.
And they'll buy the product.
Oh, they'll buy the product. They'll buy the book.
Yeah.
They'll be loyal to you.
And he breaking y'all down. How I feel.
So, y'all saw the video. Let's go. Let's start at the bottom. Let's start with the real M. White and work our way back up. What are your thoughts on that, man? Don't be easily manipulated.
So yeah, I think in general most people seek a safe space or seek validation or seek some form of confirmation bias, and because of that, the tactics he was talking about are easy to implement. Like 48 Laws of Power is a real book, and it's really all about the art of manipulation of individuals, groups, and mass, or how to achieve your desired result through nefarious or manipulation tactics, right? I said before that there's a word called contraband. So manipulation on its own is not necessarily bad. It's the intent and how it's implemented that makes manipulation bad, because you can positively manipulate as well. You can stop somebody from committing self-deletion by helping boost their self-esteem and manipulate them into seeing the world from a different lens. A lot of therapy is like a positive manipulation, because you provide somebody with the tools in order to navigate effectively. Essentially, that's what manipulation is: navigating effectively or following through with the plan or scheme, right? And then people attach their meaning negatively or positively to that. Yeah, it's true, especially in this day and age when there's so many different niche markets and different groups of people. You can find somebody to agree with you and provide some sort of data to support whatever it is you want to be supported on. If you think that you'll be happier if you never have kids and never marry, it's a group out here that supports that. And they'll consistently remind you that you're right and everybody else is wrong. And once you get into that powerhouse of, or that wheel of thought, it's extremely hard to break free of it, because essentially it's self-seeking pain. because you'll be removing yourself from the validation that this group provides you, and you'll find yourself having to either reset, reprogram, or disassociate from the current thing that feels good to you, which we know humans don't normally do because they seek dopamine hits. So it can almost be as addictive as cocaine.
All right. Miss Tegan, what do you got on it? You muted.
I was going to say that Marcus just kind of took aspect of what I was going to say in regards to manipulation isn't always bad. I think a lot of times when we hear the word manipulation or it's occurring, a lot of times we associate it with negative, with it being negative. I think there's a way in which when you're self-seeking, I guess kind of like a little bit what Mark is saying is the intent behind it. If you're trying to manipulate someone out of self-seeking, behavior, as opposed to, I would say manipulation in a way that's going to help the other person. I think that's what they were talking about in terms of being mindful, being on point with recognizing the difference between the two. So, yeah, that's just my opinion on that.
All right, what you got on this, Trav?
Yeah. So yeah, I certainly agree with Marcus and mistaken as far as manipulation doesn't always have to be bad. Motivation is a form of manipulation, really. So it doesn't always have to be bad. As humans, we naturally learn how to manipulate, right? From birth, right? Mm-hmm. We cry and then we realize, oh, wait, damn, they respond to that. Okay. So, and you notice right out of the womb, man, they pick up. It don't take them but a couple of days to realize that they cry this way, they get the attention. Sometimes they cry when something's wrong, but many times they just want you to hold them or they just want just attention or whatever. But they learn, just us as humans, we learn that off the rip. So once we see how people respond to that, then that's just something that we understand. It's pretty much instinctive, right? Nobody has to even teach you how to manipulate. Now, what you decide to do with that is on you, right? And then you have to protect yourself from it. And a lot of people who are predators, they understand exactly what to do. We see it happen within relationships. You see somebody who is pouring into you and you're like, oh, I got this one. They do whatever I want. They do whatever I want. Men and women both do it. We both do it. And it's a horrible thing, but it's just our nature to manipulate. We've learned to manipulate our teachers. When we were in school, we've learned to manipulate our parents from birth all the way through. We still manipulate. A lot of us sometimes is something as simple as dry begging. That's a form of manipulation. You're trying to play on there. You're playing those strings, right? And you're like, I might get them to donate. You see it all the time. A lot of us as content creators, we try to manipulate, right? Whether it's trying to get people to donate, whether we want people to buy courses from some of us, whether we want people to go ahead and follow us on other social media or live life how we tell them to live life or what we tell them that they should be doing with their lives. So it's a nonstop situation. We go to work. It's in our workplace. We try to manipulate people. You know, those guys, those people who, when that person go where they start talking, hey, but you know what? Yeah, man, you gotta watch out for them. They messed up, man. I heard them saying such and such. And then when they leave and you come back, they're going to say the same thing to you. So it's nonstop. It's just in every single aspect of our lives. So the best thing that we can do is just try to be conscious of it, right? You have to, when you listen to people speak to you, you have to always, unfortunately, expect some type of intent, right? And it doesn't always have to be bad, but you have to understand what their intentions are. If you can at least try to discern that, like, okay, wait, so why are they saying this? What type of an outcome would a person saying this want from me? And does that work for me? And do they have my best interest in mind? So the best thing we can do is just be conscious of it, watch out for it, and try not to fall victim to it. I'll leave it there for now.
All right, so we're gonna go to Casey, and then we go to Miss Lego, and then Sweeney.
Darling, can you come back to me? Like, I came in at the video and I'm still trying to gather.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Lego, what you got on this? Your mic muted. Your mic muted.
Victimhood actually is helpful for everybody in a negative way. Everybody likes being victims. Your mama like being a victim. Oh, you know, I'm getting old. You know, you need to come over here. You need to do this for me. You know, if you don't, you know, one day I'm not going to be here no more. And next thing you know, she's victimizing herself, right? And it's like it never really stops. Everybody is finding different ways to be victims. You know, you got women who are victims of their baby daddy. I didn't choose to be a single mother, you know, but you know, you gave up some ass to a bum, and now you know you got a baby. So everybody, even the men, I'm slowly starting to learn that even the men are victims of the independent women. You know, I don't like the independent woman stuff, but I'm starting to learn that even the men on YouTube, they're running around saying like, these women, why don't they, you know, they fought for their rights and now they want more money and now they don't want to be with us. Well, why don't we fight for rights and get more money? So, you know, so the dudes are even victims of the women. So when you just look at virtually every group of people, they're trying to manipulate another group of people in order to be the biggest victim. And I think that's the biggest manipulation right here. Everybody is looking to be the biggest victim, and whoever can express their victimhood the most and garner the most attention wins. So I think it's disgusting. And yeah, the dudes are doing it, the women are doing it, everybody's doing it. It's like it's sad.
So what you got on this, Sweeney? I think your mic is internally muted. There you go.
To be honest, I got nothing.
Well, I will say this. I notice people are saying that it's a positive way to manipulate somebody. What can anybody? Let me correct myself. Did somebody say that?
I said that.
Okay, so you did say that. Mm-hmm. So can you give me an example of that? Because I'm a little lost on that one.
All right. So positive manipulation employs various techniques such as motivational speaking, personal coaching, mentoring, and strategic use of incentives. These tools are used to guide individuals or teams, encouraging them to think creatively, collaborate efficiently, and work together.
Did you chat GPT that or something?
No, I got the definition for it right here. That's I looked it up a long time ago. So it was one of the synonyms for manipulation in a positive form was contravance. I used that word earlier. But if you just type in positive manipulation in Google, it'll pop up. So it's different forms of manipulation that they're going to. So it's a psychological definition, it's the physical definition. It's different. It's different ways that it goes about. But the reason I looked into it is because I found out a lot of people, particularly on YouTube, to Mr. Lego's point about the victimization, believe that they're not in control of their life, or at least espouse that they're not in control of their life. And one of the things that I tend to think about is, why do I get the desired outcomes a lot of the times? And that's because I skillfully navigate to get to those positions that I would like to be in most situations. And because I'm doing that, through trying to help resolve the issue that the other person I'm experiencing, then I'll question why they're not getting that. So if we have A alike, B alike on all these other things, and then we go to the ideology, and their ideology is I'm a self-defeating thought process, then it's a good chance that they'll also get a defeated or an unsuccessful result, but it's actually a successful result because they put into their mind that they would not be able to accomplish a goal or the task or the thing. So they succeeded in the thought process because they use manipulation on themselves coincidentally and believing that they're unable to do something. And I believe I can do something, and thus I can manipulate myself into the desired outcome.
Has anybody got an example of that used in a relationship between couples? Positive manipulation?
Yeah. So say you don't want your spouse to yell at you, right? Say you're a man in that you the way the woman you're dating tends to get angry within a relationship, she'll start yelling and screaming and throwing a temper tantrum, right? Now, you can positively or negatively reward that behavior. So if you know her desired intent is attention, by sitting there and arguing back and forth with her, you have positively rewarded her for that negative behavior, no matter what you think. If she wants attention and you're not giving it to her, then you have negatively rewarded her for that, which incentivizes her to no longer or to not do that if she desires attention and she says, hey, I'm going to yell, scream, and fight with you to get this attention, and you give it to her. No matter how you fight with her, whatever you do, if you give her attention for that, you have trained that person to now, when I want attention, I can yell, scream, and fight with you. If you don't want them to yell, scream, and fight, and you know they want attention, you remove all energy. Once you do that, they realize that this is an ineffective tool in getting to the desired result of attention.
Can I give an example? Because like I literally had this conversation the day before yesterday with a coworker because she was telling me what she did, which I thought was would fall in the line of positive manipulation. She was saying her boyfriend, she wanted him to be healthier and work out with her, eat healthier, things like that. And he just was like, and so she said one of the things that she did to manipulate him, and it was positive, was the fact that she knows that he can be jealous. Like anytime there's a situation in which he thinks other men are going to be around, he makes sure that he's present. So she said what she would do is sometimes she would put on workout clothes that was, looked a certain way that he'd be like, where you going? Like in that. And she's like, oh, well, I'm going to yoga, whatever. This is what they wear in yoga. And because he thought other men were going to be around, he ended up coming with her to the yoga class and doing yoga with her. So that's an example of positive manipulation. She knew what she was doing because she knew he would be motivated by the fact that other men were going to be around. So that was an example.
Sweeney laughing. You must got something to say on that.
It's incentive based. So essentially, you're not rewarding somebody, or so like in negative with manipulation, the way we usually use it in the context, you're taking advantage of somebody to the detriment of them with ill. What she was doing was for the benefit of the man.
I already know what Sweeney gonna say. Go ahead. I already know what he gonna say.
What am I gonna say, Mr. Leko? You tell me what I'm gonna say.
This is the problem with women and women on Rosandris and all this other stuff.
That was nothing. What?
I'm joking.
Wait,
go,
so
bro. What?
You tell me that to get her man to go to the gym, which is something he didn't want to do, she dressed in scantily clad clothes to trick him into a mental state of jealousy to go to the gym, and we're saying that that's positive manipulation.
Go ahead and say it.
I didn't say it. That's what him White said.
The ultimate goal was to make sure that he was exercising and getting healthy.
But he didn't want that for himself, though. That's what he's saying. You had to. I see what you're saying.
That was a positive manipulation.
I get that it's for.
It benefited him. It wasn't for her. That was a positive. That's what he was referring to in terms of positive manipulation.
I think that was positive manipulation. It was manipulative, but it was positive.
So see,
But the influence was negative.
and on top of that, he didn't want to do it.
Well, if I was on that same situation and my woman didn't want to do it, I'm gonna find a way to get her fat ass in there and work out. So I would, because my positive manipulation would be, oh, okay. So if you want to enjoy living in this house and being able to do what you want to do, you need to get your fat ass in the gym. So that's my positive manipulation.
I Miss Lego. I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought your positive manipulation would have been find out where the girl live at, let her air out her tires. That way you can manipulate her to getting you to buy some tires in exchange for eating her ass.
Negative. That is negative. That would be negative.
Oh man, that was funny. That was funny. We talk about your own lady or your own man, so that was funny.
Casey, what you got on? You caught up yet?
Yeah. I'm good. I kind of have my brain wrapped around everything. I definitely would say we all use pop. You can use different terms to describe what he's talking about, what we're all talking about. We're using the word manipulation, but in this world today, you have to have some type of charisma. Like you got to have some type of, I hate to use the word finesse, but you do. It comes with how Marcus was explaining with moving around this world. You sell yourself in a job interview, right? You sell yourself if you have a product to sell. You're essentially not only selling the product, but you're also selling yourself so that the person not only wants to buy the product, but they want to support you and get behind whatever cause or whatever thing that you have going on. So I think all of us in different ways are always continuously finessing, using our charisma, using all the thrills and wilds about us, whether it's our feminine energy or whether it's our masculine bravado. We're all doing that in different ways. We sell ourselves and we do that to get into relationships. When we are interested in someone, we are putting on our best face, as they say. We are giving the best top tier version of ourselves and what we know to sell ourselves to that individual. If you go back to school, if you're trying to make a team, you're looking at the competition like, how am I going to rise above and be the cream of the crop? How am I going to stand out? How am I going to be above the rest? And that doesn't stop throughout life in every single category. It's competitive. The world is competitive in every single category. So it's always someone trying to sell to you or you trying to sell to someone else, but we're always using the things and the gifts that God has given us, the things that about our personalities that we realize at a young age that people like. When people have humor in their bag of tricks, you know that they use humor to open doors for themselves. They don't turn that off. They'll crack a joke in the middle of church. They have pastors that are really funny. They get their congregation and grow their congregation by letting people let down their guard and have that sense of humor. You have people that have different things about their personality that they realize is their calling card. That is their golden ticket. So when you realize certain things about you beyond your physical, whatever that may be, but when it comes down to it, your gift of gab, the things about your personality, your strengths within who you are and your DNA of your personality, your makeup of your personality, you are going to use that to open doors, whether it may be personal or business or whatever, family, it doesn't matter. Every single arena, we are going to use what we have to essentially get what we want.
Do y'all know the ultimate manipulator? Titties.
Yeah, I'm glad he just turned his camera off because that's not it.
That's stupid. You're stupid. Stop being stupid.
I thought he was gonna say religion.
Does anybody else want to add to this?
No, titties, bro.
Andrea, Ruth, y'all want to add to this before we move to the next topic?
I mean, men always say that we use makeup to manipulate ourselves, and men use cars and money and success to, boost their market value up. So yes, we all do it, but it's important that you have like life experience or study people or understand people. Don't be so naive so that you can learn when it's happening and how to move. Sometimes it's like people don't, when they're dating, they don't know how to read between the lines. Like, for example, if a guy says, I want to go with the flow, that means he doesn't want to get into a relationship. And unfortunately, women don't, it's like they want to hear what they want to hear, or they don't know, or they're naive. So it's like, well, I like him. He look good. So I'm just try to convince him. I'm going to manipulate him to get him to want to be in a relationship with me. And she ends up losing. So don't easily be manipulated means sometimes you're trying to manipulate the person so much that you're the one that get played. So it's just important to be more genuine. If, let's say, for the example that you guys said, when she was trying to trick him to go to the gym, if they had a conversation about it afterwards, like, oh, I just did that, then that'll be more genuine to me. That you could just say, this is what I did. I did it to get you to come to the gym. Now, can you come with me or something like that? Versus I'm gonna keep trying to trick you every single time to go.
So are you saying the man is being manipulated by the woman when he says, let's just go with the flow, and the woman tries to get him to want to be with her? Or do you
Both
think the man is manipulating her?
They both are. They both are.
How is he manipulating her? He's like, let's go with the flow.
Go with the flow is like, if we could keep going, the way a woman hears it is like, if you keep messing with me, you just might get what you want.
But that's
And
true.
it's not
You
true.
might
Go
get it.
flow. It's from the jump. I don't want nothing. I don't want no relationship. And nobody will say that, so we don't know.
But it's a might. A lot of, me and Marcus talk about this. Sometimes we end up waking up in a relationship because you around us so much. So the might and the go with the flow isn't manipulative. It's a might.
Do
it's
you
a
say
maybe.
go with the flow? You say that, don't you?
No, I don't say go with the flow.
You don't say that, okay.
I don't have to go through all that. I'm gonna say I don't want you, and you still gonna have sex with me.
Right, but if you saying go with the flow, that means your intention when you saw her, you didn't see a wife, you saw somebody you could bust down. So therefore, saying you might get a relationship. Yeah, she might get a relationship, but if she wants a ring, she's not getting a ring. So depends on what everybody wants.
Yeah. I just don't think it's manipulation if he's being honest. Like we could go with the flow, it's whatever. And if you as a woman have standards and requirements, you're gonna say, no, that's not what I want. But a lot of times women don't know what they want. So they get mad at men for not giving them what they want, but they ain't even asked for nothing. And then they turn around and start whining about how the man manipulated them. And the man ain't did nothing. He was honest. You just and you kind of like said that you want something to happen, and you said that. And the man never said it. I'm just saying, I don't think the man is manipulative in that situation.
Here's the tricky part. If he says go with the flow and you say I want a relationship and you stay, you are basically saying that you're willing to do it his way. But she felt like she said it and that's what she should get. And therefore, when she stays and she doesn't get a relationship, then she feels manipulated. Because it's like a gray area.
Well, all he really has to say is I don't have sex with, I don't have casual sex. So the only time I'm okay with having sex is when I'm in a relationship. So now you kind of like put him in a situation where he has to be your boyfriend in order to get some ass. So now that's a standard, right? And he can't get past the standard, get around the standard, because go with the flow, you either gonna be my boyfriend or not. And if you don't want to be, you know what I'm saying? So we can go with the flow, but you ain't getting no ass.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why you have to know what you're doing. If you don't, then this is
Right.
why they think men are trash and all that, because they didn't understand the rules. They don't understand it.
So let's get Sweeney in there, and let's get Andre in there. I think, well, actually, let's get Andre in there and let's get Sweeney in there because Andre been waiting.
So I think that life is about the art of manipulation. I don't know if you guys have ever read the book 40 Laws of Power, but for the most part, manipulation is how you get jobs, is how you get finances, depending on what you're in a relationship for. I think it's really just an art form. And if you master the art form of manipulation, then I think you have everything you ever want in life and you have everything in the palm of your hand. I personally think that most women go about relationships by manipulating men for good or for bad, depending on what they want. I mean, when we think about historically speaking, like Cleopatra manipulated men. That's how she gained kingdoms, and that's how she gained money, and that's how she gained, you know, all the things that she had at her fingertips. So I don't think that as long as it's responsibly done and as long as everyone is consenting adults, I don't think that there's anything wrong with manipulation. As long as it's done in a healthy way and nobody is being harmed, I don't really see the harm of it. I think as far as women is concerned, because of the fact that like only 30% of us actually orgasm during sex, I think most of the time it's about manipulation when it comes to men. I think that we like men and we think that they can be attractive sometimes. But for the most part, since the beginning of time, manipulation of men has been what it's been about. I mean, yeah, men can be nice to marry, but for the most part, it's some type of gain by marrying them. So I think that manipulation can be very healthy when it comes to women and the things that we want and the things that we need, because men don't put our needs first and they don't prioritize what we want. So we have to resort to other tactics to get the things that we want and the things that we need. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Redirect, because I almost cut you.
Can I redirect? Can I redirect? Because look. Positive manipulation refers to ethical influence and guidance that leaders can exert to inspire growth, creativity, collaboration within teams and organizations. Understanding positive manipulation is a nuanced concept that diverges from negative implications commonly associated with manipulation. It involves using influence persuasion techniques to encourage individuals or teams to achieve goals that align with both personal and organizational interests. Unlike coercive manipulation, positive manipulation is grounded in empathy, transparency, and shared pursuit of success. It's beneficial. It's not usurious. So if it's nuanced, I know people don't like the word nuance, but something can be good and then go bad if you do it incorrectly. So it is a very nuanced concept. I want to just delineate from that. Okay.
The only word that threw me off in that part of it is when you said transparent. I don't feel like transparency and manipulation are cohesive. All the other things made sense, but the part to say that it's transparent doesn't sound right, because how could you be transparent while manipulating at the same time?
It's very, I mean, it's like somebody telling their business for some type of a gain at the end of it. I mean, transparency is the ultimate form of vulnerability, and what better way to be manipulative than to be vulnerable?
I'll give you an example of transparency being manipulative. Say me and Andrea are together and I cheat on her, right? And she's going to threaten to walk away from me. And you're like, you know what? You're a cheater. Get out of here. Or I'm out of here, right? And then I turn around and say, you know what? You're right. I'm a piece of shit. I don't deserve you. And now she's going to turn around and say, okay, I ain't gonna leave. And next thing you know, I manipulated her by being vulnerable and transparent at the inopportune time to make her feel guilty for leaving somebody that has admitted that they're a bad person and they can change.
But that's definitely not ethical, right?
It's not. That's negative manipulation. Again, nuance. Nuance is the key word. Y'all call it negative.
But why
that's
is
just
it
manipulation.
But we're still together though. That's positive.
No, let's really break it down. Let's really get into it. Why isn't it unethical? What makes it unethical to be vulnerable for the sake of gaining something at the end of it? What makes it unethical?
Because all she really wants you to do is admit that you were wrong. So you admit that you're wrong and stays. How is that unethical?
I think what she wants you to do is to stop cheating.
And part of stopping doing anything is admitting that there's a problem.
So yeah, it's unethical. So you're saying what you explained was patronizing someone, right? So that would be unethical. Right? So you cheated, which is unethical, and then you try to fix it by patronizing them, which also is pretty unethical. So I can't see how that would.
Admitting my wrong, and I'm being vulnerable and transparent.
But he's like, I cheated on you, but at least I was honest about it.
It's
I think
positive.
that's very different. I think that when it comes to women, I feel like a lot of times, especially in the society that we live in, most women have to resort to manipulation because of the fact that some men have women, we have a disadvantage when it comes to this patriarchally societal, whatever it's called. Patriarchy societal, whatever it's called. So,
all right, closing remarks on this topic because we got to get to the super chats.
okay. So I think that overall, I think because of the world that we live in, sometimes you could be at a disadvantage, it's okay to be manipulative, because if someone has a one-up on you, why not be able to, use what you have to get a one-up on them? I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I don't see anything wrong with that. What is wrong with y'all? Y'all are the problem.
All right.
Go
ahead, Smitty.
To a degree, what Andre somewhat said is correct, because men have the monopoly on force and power in regard to physicality. Because if I want something from Mr. Let Go, I don't have to manipulate. Well, I could, but I could just walk up, whip his ass, and take what I want from him. Whereas women tend to have to, when it comes to dealing with men, they would have to finagle their way into getting what they want. You know what I mean? So I get what she's saying. The part that I don't understand is her saying that men don't do shit or give a damn about women. That is absolutely false.
She didn't say that.
What did she say? Just so I can make sure I'm correct. Just so I don't misquote her. What did you say about men not? You said something along the lines of men not.
I said that I feel like men don't tend to prioritize women's needs and wants and desires. They tend to prioritize their own selfish needs and desires. So because of that, women have had to master the art of manipulation to get the things that they want and the things that they need.
Okay.
And in all honesty, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Sheesh. Okay, I hear what you're saying, Andre. All right. I don't necessarily think that is true for the most part, because men naturally protect and care for the women that they deal with. Y'all are our priority. Half the shit we do on this planet is because of y'all.
I totally disagree.
So most of the shit that men do on this planet ain't because of women.
So the priority in which she's talking about, and you'll let me know if I'm wrong, Andrea, she's talking about the attention, the time. We're working hard, but she's at home not getting time, or you're not calling her while you at work or whatever. So yes, on a deeper level, we're prioritizing her. I would say on the surface level, we're prioritizing her, but the actual presence isn't there, and women feel like they're ignored, because at the end of the day, we're not supposed to prioritize our woman. If I'm just being real, if you prioritizing your woman, like, you ain't out here working, so I can't prioritize you because I got to get this money. So I'm not supposed to prioritize her. So that's why I agree with her.
Well, what you just described is that we prioritize women for a different reason than what they expect us to prioritize them for. So they have a certain expectation of us. That doesn't mean that men don't prioritize them. We just prioritize them in our own way. We do what we feel like this is what we need to do for our women. They may have other stuff that they may want from us. Just using your example, because I don't know if that's necessarily true as far as what Andre was even talking about, but let's just use your example. You said they feel like they need us to prioritize them and how they feel, but we're at work. That doesn't mean that men don't prioritize them. That means that he's doing what he needs to do that's necessary for his woman to survive and for his kids to survive.
But you got to remember, women don't care. They want you to give them what they want when they want it. You got to remember that. The attention, the presence, and sometimes you can't give it to her, but she still is feeling like is at a deficit.
Shan, tap in, Shan. Tap in.
What does it do with the physically or thinking that he or prioritizing her? How she feels has nothing to do with what his priorities are.
Well, that's the problem. Go ahead, Andrea. Go ahead. I know what you're about to say.
So I think that this is just my personal thoughts. And from when I talk to other women of older stature that have shared with me, a lot of times I feel like men do not prioritize women's feelings and the things that they want.
And I use the word presence. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, I feel like they prioritize other things. They don't prioritize their feelings because most men feel like feelings and emotions are not something that they can relate to or something that they can tap into for whatever reason because they were taught that it wasn't manly to acknowledge feelings and emotions. So I feel like sometimes they tend to disregard women's feelings and the way that they, think about certain things.
You get it now?
Well, let me explain something to you.
I don't disagree that men may not prioritize their feelings. I get that may be a thing, but to say that men don't prioritize women is simply false.
I just saw
We have a different reason why we prioritize them, and it may not align with what they want us to prioritize, but it's still in our mind as men.
I can't believe I'm taking up for Andrea.
In her mind, she is getting
It was
ignored.
Mr. Let Go that said women aren't prioritized by men. Andrea never said that. It was Mr. Let Go that said that. She said emotions, feelings, and desires. But a man
she didn't
can
say that at first.
Yeah, but she
said women aren't prioritized, and I actually concurred with her.
She said she explained it later on what she meant, but at the first, when she first said it, she just simply said women aren't prioritized.
Right.
And then Let Go gave this example, and I just ran with it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me tell you this, Andrea. It's not that we were taught to not prioritize your feelings, or we as men don't understand your feelings, which is why we don't prioritize it. It's not that. We understand your feelings, but we also understand that catering to your feelings might not be the best interest of the direction of the relationship at times. So we kind of have to put it to the side. We kind of have to keep the bottom line in focus because sometimes your emotions can get in the way of the best interest of the direction of the relationship.
So that's why you get manipulated, because of everything that you just said.
That's not manipulation. That's us being a leader and making sound judgment.
No,
they don't get what they want, therefore they manipulate us to get what they want.
For you to make all these excuses for why you can't prioritize women's feelings, that's why they feel like they have to resort to other tactics. Saying that as opposed to saying women's feelings deserve to be acknowledged and validated is the reason why women decide, some women, I'm not going to say all, but that's the reason why some women feel like manipulation is the best tactic, because in your mind you like to use your logic, your manly logic, to discern if whether or not their feelings are valid or not. Who wants to go
or dismiss?
Just
See, no. See, here's the problem. No. You know what the problem is with that? It depends on what type of feelings you're talking about. A lot of men who prioritize and cater to women's feelings get themselves deleted because they go ahead and follow a woman's emotions. You can't always do that. There are some things that are important, right? We do want you to feel loved and respected and safe. We understand those. Most men do take care of those no matter what. But if you get mad at somebody, you're like, oh yeah, I'm sick of this lady, blah blah blah, and that's cool. You could talk to them about it, you could listen to them, but you can't act on it because you get yourself killed. It is what it is. So that's why a lot of times men they rather let you cool off, right? They let you cool off or get over it or whatever, because we're not emotional like that. We are on target and we can't be derailed like that, right? Because if we allow ourselves to fall into that, then we can't fulfill our duties properly. That's the main reason why we have to be focused. We have to be stoic, because at the end of the day, as men, usually it's all on us for stability. So we can't ride that emotional roller coaster all the time.
There's a difference between prioritizing and acknowledging. Those are two different things. I think women want their feelings acknowledged. It doesn't necessarily.
But they mentioned prioritizing. They didn't say acknowledge. They said prioritizing. That's why I said we can't prioritize it.
Let's get the twist. Sweeney said he got an example. Let's see what he got to say.
That's what I'm trying to explain, is that there is a difference between acknowledging your feelings and prioritizing. I think there are times in which your feelings need to be prioritized depending on the situation. But I definitely think that all the time your feelings need to be acknowledged. Acknowledging someone's feelings doesn't mean that you agree with them, doesn't mean that you have to, move in the direction that they want you to go. So I think everybody, especially women, definitely want their feelings acknowledged, but it's not always good to try to prioritize the feelings.
So I got a really good example for this, right? This was a man who acknowledged and prioritized his wife's feelings. So he was working 16, 17-hour shifts, right? And making good money. Wife didn't have to work or anything. Well, she wanted him to be home more. Her feelings was that she wanted him to be home more. She felt like she wasn't seeing him enough, yada, yada, yada. Well, he decided to take time off work. He took like 6 months, not take time, but he cut his hours. For about 6 months, he cut his hours. Well, the things that they were used to as a family slowed down because he took that time off. Well, then one day she started talking about the things that she wanted, and he had to let her know, was like, hey, look, I can't do that. She was like, well, why not? Why can't I buy this? Or why can't we do that? He was like, well, I took time off of work. She was like, well, why did you take time off of work? He said, because you said that you wanted me home more to help you out with the kids. So therefore I took the hours off so I can come home and help you out with the kids. Well, then she got upset with him because now she doesn't have the money that she wanted to spend. And he sat her down and said, hey, look, this is what you asked for. You told me to do this for you. You said you weren't seeing enough of me. You said you weren't getting enough help. Well, I took the time off to give you the help, and now you're upset that the consequence of that help is that we don't make as much money as we once did.
So
I actually think that you made that up just now. I don't believe anything that you just said.
Happens all the time.
You actually have to provide me the names and where you got that story from. So
Okay, hold on, Andre. That's just wrong.
That's how we are.
So can I give an actual story instead of some made up shit?
But how was that made up?
That was some made up shit.
Okay, hold on real quick. How about we just talk about somebody everybody know? Will Smith. He catered to Jada Pinkett's feelings and slapped Chris Rock.
No.
Or hold on, wait.
Adam and Eve.
Terrence, y'all saw the movie Crash. Terrence Howard didn't do anything about the police officer that groped his wife during the traffic stop.
No.
Because if he would have done something, he would probably got both of them shot.
Look. Let me tell you how you prioritize. I'm not gonna say prioritize. I'm gonna say acknowledge. Okay. Say because
acknowledge a woman's feelings.
In my marriage. Okay. So the acknowledgement. Right? I'm not prioritizing you as a woman. I got shit to do, but I will acknowledge your feelings and what you need, like Miss Taken said. Okay. So I would get off work, and this is a true story. When I was married, she wanted me to spend time with her. So we would just go take a walk through the subdivision when I got off work, instead of me just being tired or whatever. So we would just walk around a subdivision and just do that. And that will be our, us time or whatever. So I didn't do all this extra stuff. I just did something that way because it acknowledged her, and I was able to be present, not around the kids, not in front of a TV. We literally took a walk every day, and it helped her feel seen, and it helped her feel like I was present, and with no TV, no kids, no nothing. It was just me and her. And that was me acknowledging what she needed from me.
Dude, you literally did something. What are you talking about? That wasn't acknowledging. You actually physically did something. And if she wanted your time, you literally gave her your time.
I literally said what the women were complaining about was presence.
No, you said they were complaining about acknowledging. You said, I acknowledge.
My acknowledgement of her feelings was hold on. I acknowledged her feelings by giving her what she wanted.
What
that was acknowledgement,
nigga? Right here,
bro. You act like you not married. It's shit.
Nigga, right here just said.
You act like the weirdest married dude I ever seen in my life. You act like you ain't got no wife.
One mic at a time.
Oh, what you just said was dumb.
It wasn't dumb because
that goes against everything you just said. You said acknowledge. You said I acknowledge by doing what she wanted me to do. That's just doing. That's priority.
Actually, she didn't say let's take a walk when you get off work. That's the thing that you don't understand.
She wasn't getting none of your time.
Can I finish? Can I finish, bro? Can I finish? God damn. Calm down.
You said that.
I'm talking, sir. I'm talking.
Well, I was already talking.
Can I answer the damn question?
One mic at a time.
Well, I asked you.
Stop.
I asked you a question.
Stop, bro. Let me say what I gotta say, and you can talk. Like, stop acting like a damn woman. We do this shit every goddamn weekend. This shit is stupid.
You say stupid shit.
Stop. Shut up.
No.
I get mad at me for talking shit.
I'm the only one that see this dumb shit.
Up. So look.
You want to hear this dumb
shit? Shut up. So I did not She did not turn around and say, hey, I want you to take a walk with me when you get off work. She said, I need you to be more like, I want more. I don't even remember what she said, but it had nothing to do with taking a walk. So I came up with an idea when I got off work. Hey, let's do this. And this will give us a long time away from the kids and away from everything. And she loved it. That was me acknowledging her feelings by coming up with a plan as a man that gave her what she needed.
How does that any different from the example that I gave?
Right, we can call this on my ladies.
How is no,
Let him get his whole thought out.
Let Sweetie
Because he about
respond.
to say something stupid.
Let me respond, because what you just said is goofy. Because you just said
There's nothing to respond to.
yes, there is, because your goofy ass just said she wanted your time. You
I
gave
her
her
my time.
exactly. So you did something. Just because you came up with the way to give her your time doesn't mean that it's any
That
different.
was acknowledgement.
This nigga's got to be the dumbest motherfucker.
You're
All
an
right, look,
idiot,
so
sir. So let's just
all
go to
right,
somebody
y'all. We
who's not an
gotta
idiot.
move on. We gotta move
refrain
on.
from the ad hominems, please.
God damn.
All right, make it
We
quick
all
because we
adult.
gotta move.
I'll
Right.
keep it quick.
We all
I
adult.
think that men need to learn how to make her happy without doing what she thinks is the right solution, which will lead you down the wrong path. So Mr. Let Go was saying that women need to be seen and heard. You can hear her, you can see her, but you don't have to necessarily go about cutting your hours and doing things because you know how she is going to be. When we have children, if you just follow their solution, they want candy, you give them the candy, and then they sick. Like you got to know how to, okay, well, let me give you something sweet. Let me give you something healthy and sweet instead of giving you exactly what you want. And our men need to learn how to do that. And the women have to, like, because I'm like, you need to help me before I destroy something that I know I need to do. My
Right.
feelings might say I want something and let's go down this route. And this is a big, and you have to know how to check yourself as a woman. But if that is not there, then he should be the emergency brake to say, we're not going down that crazy rabbit hole. I talked to a client and she said, she got this going on, she got that going on. And then her husband's like, you got 4 things going on. Nothing is done. Nothing is complete. Women talk to me all the time saying like, I made my life chaotic. This is what we do. So
And that's why I say women are children.
like, look, focus on one thing. If you're going to start a salon, don't try to do the basement and top at the same time, just open. These are real life situations every single day that I see. So that's why.
All right, make it quick, M. White.
All right. So I think one of the first examples, like I don't know if everybody believe in the Bible or what you know religious preference is, but I think you can derive something from that story. When there's a clear hierarchical structure, it's possible for one of the things you said earlier, Darwin, was to understand the difference between delineating from what the bottom line is and what needs to be accomplished, and catering to somebody's feelings. While I do agree you should acknowledge, it does not mean action is required. It just means that you acknowledge that they felt that way. When Eve came to him with the fruit, he could acknowledge that she wanted to eat it and made sure she understood under no circumstances will we be eating that fruit. I think a lot of times men they fold under whatever pressures they feel they're under, and then they find themselves in situations where, because they allow something they knew was wrong to continue, that it creates a world of hell for them. And if you, as a man who really understands power dynamics and relationships and how to maintain healthy boundaries, you have to ensure that you stay focused using your logic to not engage in something that would take you all off the beaten path of what's most productive and ideal for the vision that you see within that relationship, as opposed to delineating to do something that just that capitulates to someone's feelings. And that does not invalidate them, but that does not mean that you can actually act on that.
And remember, in my situation, compared to what Sweeney said, I didn't get off work early. I didn't make less money. I just took time to get off work, and instead of sitting at home chilling because I'm tired, I chose to, take a walk with my ex-wife, but I didn't make less money. So it didn't hurt the household. So I stayed within my logical mind, and I was still able to give her what she needed.
All right. All right. Look, we're gonna open the panel. When we open the panel up after all the topics, we can just revisit that. So just hold these thoughts. Let's get to the super chats because we behind. We got to get to this next topic. We got to get to the next topic.
So I actually think that biblically speaking, if we're talking about biblically speaking, like Marcus said,
This is manipulation right here.
Women are children. Let her go. Women are
there
children.
are plenty of women in the Bible who have manipulated men for good cause and for good gain, as well as bad and bad gain. Okay. You could take Esther, who was married to the king, who manipulated the king into, some kind of a dinner where she was able to rescue her people. And because of that, she helps her Israelite people to not be massacred. That's for good gain. Okay. You have people like, the girl, what's her name? Abigail, who is married to Nabal, the king, the guy who's like really like rude and mad to everybody. And he went and he gave David the food that he needed. And he saved the whole family because of her manipulating him in a positive way. So overall, if men listen to women more often, they'd be better off. That's it.
Yo, that was perfect. But like I said, women are children.
When they are wise women, listen to them.
All right. Shout out to my man Dub Will. Green Gang, $5. Pay your light bill, Sweeney. Look at the Green Gang holding down. Harris Davis, $5. Salute. Zamalia Jackson, is that one country? Cookie? $5. She said POS manipulation is seeking your students' love, TikTok, and then making their next history report in the form of a TikTok. Y'all make everything hard. $5 from Dub Wheel again. Appreciate you, my mans. Andrea, do you hold the same stance when the man is doing the manipulating?
Hell no.
Shout out to Big Ant 11, $10. Well, Andrea, could it be that when a man look at you, he see that you don't display the solid life foundation that make him want to prioritize you? Reality is a mother.
Yeah.
Kenneth Percival, $2. Let go, aka Pootie Tang, eats ass and buy fries.
Tires, not fries.
Tires. I'm sorry about that. Kenneth Percival, $2. Evening Trav, Bruiser, Sweeney, and ladies. What's up, brother? Again, Kenneth Percival, $2. Let go's base head knowledge is amazing to hear. Damn, shots fired. Kenneth Percival again for $2. Mistaken. I'm gonna send you an Ebonics book. Damn, boy, they harsh today.
Damn.
All right, it is 10:41 Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna go ahead and tap into the next topic. Women doesn't want to date a man who has no female friends. I'm gonna pull up a video real quick.
Date a man that doesn't have any female friendships.
Bingo.
I don't want to date a man who only gets input from other men and who has all women in two categories: your mother or your aunties or someone I want to sleep with. You have to have a broader spectrum on women and their value in your life if you're going to be with me.
Totally. Well, first off, only getting information and opinions from other men sounds terrifying.
Terrifying.
So I encourage that to not be what anybody does ever, but you're totally right, because the more we keep talking about can you have friends of the opposite sex, the more I start feeling like everybody is like primal animals in a zoo. You literally cannot physically be around someone of the opposite sex without just like your clothes coming off. Like I don't get it. I don't, and I would never have any relationship that I'm ever in. Like, I'm not going to tell my partner, you can't be around women, because if I feel like I have to tell you that, what does that say about what I think you're like when I'm not with you? That I can't trust you to be around women, that like platonically. I would say that says more about my choices and who I'm with, because I'm never going to feel like I have to control you or I have to monitor the friendships that you are in.
All right, let's start off with.
This is gonna be good.
Let's start off with Mistaken.
Yeah. No, I'll divert to Shan because
You want listen, I don't want to talk about this foolery. I'd rather talk about the last one. Like, did not have any friends. Like, what? I mean, I don't care if you have girlfriends or not. Like, this is a dumb. I mean, I don't know.
It's just
These
me.
dudes don't have female friends, so they gonna watch. Just
because
watch.
you can
Watch.
get the input of females without necessarily them being your friends. I mean, you work with females, right? You're around females all the time. I don't expect you to be like having a guy's night and you got a whole bunch of girls over there. That would be kind of, So I mean, I don't know. I'm not the great person to come to with this topic. This is not mine.
All she had to say was she want her man to be able to get a level-headed opinion from women rather than those that are his mother and his wife. That's all she had to say. It's that simple. And I don't think anybody in this room would disagree that men should have a balanced level of knowledge from both groups.
I actually disagree. My partner is not allowed to have female friends. The only female friend that he is allowed to have is me, myself, and I, and that is completely it. He doesn't have any more room for any female friends.
You're a narcissist.
I'm with Mr. Lego. I think you're trolling at this point.
She's trolling.
A lot of women feel that way, though. There are a lot of women who feel like they don't want their guy to have female friends.
Why is that?
Because why do they need to have a female friend? I'm their only female friend that they need. Why would they need another
You
female
sound like a
I'm
Chucky doll or
asking you,
something.
why do
Isn't that
you
what
not
Chucky
want female
said
friends?
in the movie? I want to be your only friend. You sound like a Chucky doll. Why?
What? Sorry, they got it from reality somewhere. I mean, I personally feel like the same reason why you wouldn't want my male friend to be calling me talking about, hey, what's up, girl? What you up to? Come meet me for drink. It's the same way I wouldn't want some girl calling your phone talking about, hey, what's up? Where you been at? Usher made a song called You Make Me Want to Leave the One I'm With. And guess what? That's not happening to me. So y'all can be letting y'all men go and be female friends with other girls if you want to. But no, absolutely not. You're not having no female friends if you're my partner. Sorry, you better cut them all off right now.
I'll just wait my turn. I'll just be quiet.
Ain't that controlling?
Go ahead, Ruth.
We started the show with being easily manipulated. So when you're like easygoing like that, oh, you can have friends, and that happened to me. Friends and all of that. As soon as we broke up, they was with each other. Okay, she wanted to hear all the tea, and then she got with him, and then it didn't work out the way she thought it would. And from then on, you're not allowed to have any female friends. It's cool. And the men that have a lot of female friends are probably attractive. And what do you think those women want? And if a woman has male friends, what do you think her male friends want? To sleep with her the second she dropped the one she's with. Okay, so they stick. We know men stick around to get their shot. So my thing is, they are only saying this because they have male friends and they want to feel good about it. So they want their man to have female friends so they don't have that stress and pressure. So the people that don't have friends, I'm not allowed to have friends. I'm not gonna have male friends. No new friends. No DMs. No new friends. They stay together. And the people that do have friends, y'all can all have a big orgy together for all I care.
Not an orgy.
You know, it's crazy because Ruth is actually telling the truth. That's exactly the vibe I got from those ladies, was that they a bunch of women who got a lot of male friends, and they sitting here trying to shame the women for these men, for these women not wanting their men to have friends.
How else does a man get a understand? What she say, to understand a woman's value or her worth or whatever without having any?
You can talk to your parents. You can talk to your sisters, your cousins,
parents.
You don't think your mother would give you an accurate representation of how the woman's perspective?
My mother wasn't on social
Absolutely
media.
not, bro.
Nuts.
Absolutely not, bro.
Ask my damn
Absolutely
mama.
not, bro.
There's so many people that you can
want
get
me to
that
explain?
from. It does not have to be a friend.
You better watch Lapeef Let's Talk because that's not happening.
Y'all are nuts.
I don't think. Listen, I get it.
We
I get
know
it.
women.
I get it. Y'all saying watch Lapeef Let's Talk. I don't think y'all. I
we
don't.
know women.
I don't think
just
y'all
wait
being
my turn.
completely honest. I don't think the ladies that come on this network are being completely honest because
They
it's
lying.
ironic that it's,
I have a different take on it. My husband has two female friends that he grew up with, right? They were in a picture way before I came along. And so for me, I'm of the type that I would never be or put someone in a situation where if you had friends before I came into the picture, that I'm gonna come in and be like, oh, you can't be friends with them no more. Oh, that just was never my style. However, before we got serious, I had to engage and see what that relationship was like. So that was really so. There was never any physical interaction that ever happened between either the friends, that he had. I saw that how integrated they were in terms of their families, things like that. So I took those things into account. So I wasn't feeling very feeling the need that I needed to be like, no, you can't be friends with them anymore. Nothing like that. Because I trusted him. And I think that comes along with that too. So he's never gave me a reason to make me feel as if I needed to distrust him because of the way he carried himself in all situations, not just that situation with, with the friend. And the other thing is pulling me into the friendship. I think there's a difference a lot of times when people are trying to keep those relationships separate, because then it leaves you wondering like, oh, why they, off having drinks by themselves or something like that. He would never do that. That wouldn't be a situation. If one of the friends call and be like, oh, let's go out and have a drink, he's calling me, yo, get dressed or whatever. We're gonna go to such and such and meet up with such and such. All right, cool. So I think it's the way that the relationships are. He's not going to put himself in a situation that is going to leave me to think that something is going on or what have you.
It takes a very masculine man to do that as well. So
Are y'all saying that?
What did you just say? I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat what you just said?
Ruth, my bad.
And one more thing, and because I also know that he has dick discipline, that's another thing.
All of
that's another thing. I have to be honest about that. I know that he has dick discipline. So with that being said, that also increased my level of trust that, he was around, he had, female friend.
A lot of men just let women manipulate them. So if your man is easily manipulated, then he can't handle you. He can't handle his mom. Of course, he can't handle the female friend. He don't know how to deal with it. But he has rules. He's making those masculine decisions, and I respect that.
So y'all good? Oh, go ahead. I'll wait.
It's okay to have if they had a platonic friendship since childhood. That's the past.
That's different.
All right. So go ahead, Mike. I mean, not Marcus.
So I agree with Ms. Taken. And this is my reason for agreeing with her. I at one point in time only seen women as them being relatives or somebody I was gonna fuck. Like that's it. Like either I was smashing or we were related. And I had a different view of women while I operated in that space. It was I don't want to say transactional. I got to think about the best word to describe that type of relationship, but it wasn't viewing them as full people.
You was buying ass?
You say what?
You was buying ass?
No, I ain't never seen them as.
Oh, okay.
Just seen them as fucking a family.
Fucking a family, yeah. And in doing so, I think it wasn't until I got older and I started trying to develop relationships with women outside of sex where I really started to understand the value of what women could actually provide. And then the other intangibles, like when we was talking about the other day, I went into a segue where I was talking about the appreciation of women and not. So I think, because this is an extremely nuanced concept, because I get what you all are saying about somebody and their base needs and them not being able to cut off the ability to or set up boundaries like Ruth and Miss Taken was saying. And I think Casey agreed with this too. So the people that can't set up boundaries and say, hey, no, I'm not crossing this line, or I'm gonna be moving deceptively, right? But then I think there's a more elevated mentality of what, to use Ruth words, of like affirmative masculinity, or a man that's operating like really in a masculine form where those boundaries are concrete. You're not worried because you trust how he operates and navigates through this world. And by operating in that and understanding the value that you can get for women, it opened a new world of how to interact with women and not just want to sleep with them. Because I literally was not having no other conversations other than trying to figure out how we was going to get to this. And then I start understanding like, oh, this is a different perspective because I don't think this way at all. And now I'm starting to see like, okay, from the other side. A lot of times when I hear like men in the chat or on the panels and they speak it and they like, she's absolutely crazy. And then I come in and I'm like, no, I understand what she's saying. They'll write it off as, are you pandering? Because you understand, you don't understand them. You just saying that to appease the women. When that's not actually what's happening. What's happening is because I've been able to develop other relationships with women, I can see the perspective approach that they're coming from. And I'm not limited to the view of things just from my isolated lens. So being able to do that provides me with more insight, and I think it makes you a more well-rounded person. So I'm not as pigeonholed into one thought process or one way of doing things, and it provides more balance within my life specifically.
So me in particular, I make money with women. So I have female friends. Last week we did a show about Sarah. Was the first thing I did. I hit Sarah up like, yo, you want to come on the show? She came on the show. Sarah is a friend of mine. We're gonna be in Atlanta with tonight's conversation. I'm friends with all the women on the show. So I make money with women. So I see women in a different light than a lot of y'all do. Like, it makes more sense for me to not have sex with certain beautiful women than to have sex with them, because I can have sex with that woman over there versus this woman that I can make money with. So I make money with women. So why would I be running around trying to have sex with them? I deliberately don't have sex with certain women because I can look at her and say, well, she can help me make money. If I start fucking her, it's going to start a problem, whatever, and we get on a falling out, or whatever, or it can get awkward. If she get a boyfriend, I ain't trying to go through all that. So as women, certain women, I deliberately don't even imagine sleeping with because I can make money with her. So I make money with women. So that's a little bit different. If I was not in this world, I still would have female friends, not besties. We're not hanging out together or whatever, but just to get a perspective, because y'all got to understand, most of these dudes do not understand women. If y'all hear these dumbass comments and stupid shit Sweeney be saying, like, these men do not understand women at all. But if they actually grew up or at some point had women as friends, they wouldn't be this stupid or tone deaf as they actually are. This shit is weird. So I'm going to keep having female friends because I need to always be able to be in a position to always seek understanding. There's always going to be something that a woman is going to say and do. And I'm like, why the hell she do that? I could just call up a woman like, yo, why do women do this? And, I get insight.
Says the guy that literally hit on every woman that has come on this panel.
Oh, hold on. The hit, you gotta, what do you mean hit on? Black people don't say hit on.
You know what hit on means.
What? I ain't hit nobody.
I said flirted with. You've done that to woman.
Don't say hit on. So that's all.
Be quiet. All that shit you just said was nonsense.
Okay, you be saying dumb shit, so I don't even pay attention.
Shan, please go, and I'll go after you.
I don't like to interrupt people because my voice is too delicate for that. But I just wanted to thank you though. I just wanted to point out, I think that you guys are getting, when I think of friend, I'm thinking of like, what's that movie, Brown Shit? What was the name of the movie with Taye Diggs and the girl? And they're like so close. That's what I think of a friend, like you and your close friend circle, not an associate person you around because of work, or because we all have those, the work buddy, or I'm talking about a chopping up friend. Not the work husband. The chopping up friend. You invite them to all the gigs. They know all of your business. That's when it gets a little bit. Now, if it's a childhood friend, you guys grew up together, she's not really that attractive, we can just slide her on there. That's fine. But if she's attractive, we're not really married yet. It's a lot of things that you have to take in consideration. No. Unless I know like she dated, she's like the wife of your best friend, or she's married or something like that. Okay. But if she's single, she's attractive, she got her shit together, it's a no-go.
It don't matter if she's attractive, by the way. It don't matter.
Okay.
Y'all crazy.
Friend to call you up like they'll say, hey, this is broken my house. Come over here. Can you fix it for me?
Ain't nobody doing all that. That ain't
there are men. Listen.
Yeah, but that's being a friend. I'm with you, Shan. When you got a friend,
single,
man.
I'll call my friend like, hey, can you come do this for
Ain't
me.
no female friend calling me over their house. Like there's certain
See,
boundaries.
that's the thing.
Because
It's
if
that's
I'm at
Hey,
her
what I'm saying
house
is,
and I'm
boundaries.
changing the light bulb,
I call my friends.
Even his
Oh, you
even
just
his
call me. I'm
female
gonna buy some
friends.
time.
one mic, y'all, one mic.
That's what I was gonna say. Even his female friends, as close as they are, and they grew up, even they respect our boundaries too. So that's how I know it's a platonic. Like there's nothing going on there because she ain't gonna be calling him like at 12 o'clock at night, like, yo, what you doing? Even my own girlfriends don't do that. So there is a boundary of respect.
What
And
about getting lunch? Hey, what are you doing for lunch? Let's go to Starbucks. Let's go to
if they were at the
Five
same
Guys.
job or
if you're
something like
single
that,
or in a relationship.
They're platonic friends, and they grew up with each other, and they work near each other in the same city. And they say, "Hey, look, let's meet at Five Guys and get some
In a
food."
relationship? In a relationship?
No, I'm
Or
me
asking Miss Taken.
personally, because I know the relationship, I'm gonna be honest, that wouldn't bother me. That it personally would, because like I said, they had a relationship way before I came along. When we were dating, they were still friends. I've been in the house with her mother. She's been at the house when he wasn't there and was chilling with his mother. Like I was saying, they grew up together. So in a
So
situation
basically, he's grandfathered in. So any other woman past the time
well,
y'all met and
no
established
new
yourself,
friends. There's no new female
no
friends.
new friends like Drake, no new
Yeah,
friends.
exactly.
It's when the man goes to her first.
It's our friends.
That's where
There's no separate friends. It's our friends at that
So
point.
this is go ahead because that's the problem. I think that
What
we're
if she's bisexual?
Hold on.
I mean, not bisexual. I'm sorry. No, scratch that. Go ahead.
I was going to say when they're going to each other first and not the spouse, that's when it's the issue because it's emotional cheating. Like you're giving all of your feelings to the other person, you're running all the ideas to the other person. You're talking about our relationship with the other person. That's not loyalty.
I feel
Hold on, wait. So you're saying,
we don't
that
share.
happens a
hold
lot.
on, real quick. So you're saying if a man has a female friend, platonic friend, and he talk about his issues and problems to her, that's a problem, right?
You cannot talk about your relationship.
Okay, so let me flip it. What if he had a male friend? He talked about his problems. Is that cool, right?
That's fine.
No, I feel like this is the thing. I feel like if that's your female friend and y'all grew up together and you care and you value her safety and you in a relationship with me, I highly advise you put that friendship on the back burner if you truly value her safety as a person. That's how.
Just toxic. That is
But
just
but
toxic.
it's
Toxic.
I get that she wanted her to be on the back burner, but she's still on the stove though.
No, actually, she's not. If you care about her and you care about
Take off the eye completely and throw her ass away.
if she's truly a friend that you value and you're in a relationship with me, then I think that I would highly advise you table that friendship for the time being if you value her safety.
You know what I think? I think the reason why y'all behaving like this because y'all saw that scenario off of Soul Food, where the woman got her man a job or whatever. What's the girl? What's her name again?
Yeah, I remember that.
Mia Long.
Cousin. Yeah, the cousin. Yeah, that was crazy.
No,
Was it
we
cousin
just
Eve?
know.
That was her
know-
ex-boyfriend. That's different.
We know how
Listen,
we are.
this is how men work, right? You be their friend first. Don't have sex with them. That's the strongest relationship. You never have sex with them and you're their friend and they know everything about you and you're attractive. Trust me. That's how you get in there.
That's friend zone though, but
No.
all right.
No. That's only if he friend zoned you. Most of the time, it's the woman who friend zoned you.
I friend zone women.
So all right, I could say this. I understand a lot of women do feel like Andrea does. Like they just really not having it, right? They're not playing at all. Like, nah, I don't want no friends. But I see female friends as valuable, right? But it almost sounds like a commodity the way Lekos displayed it. But I understand that as well because they're important for perspective, right? And it does. Most of the information I got on relationships where I could actually help other people or navigate through my own relationships is to listen to women talk, listen to their gripes, right? Listen to them talk about how awful their relationships are. So you'll learn mistakes that men made, and you'll learn plenty of mistakes that they make with the men. And sometimes you could even aid them and say, no, you can't. Men don't respond like that. Don't do it that way. Do it this way. Why don't you say this? And they'll be like, damn, well, how did you know he's going to do that? How did you know he's going to say that? So, but you get better at it, and you're able to help other people, especially if you're an influencer and you're trying to make money out here, then you probably need to get some woman's perspective, right? And you know, I have a wife. She understands that. It's no big deal, because she understands that I'm not going to cross those boundaries, right? I heard the word boundaries earlier, and you do have to respect it. You expect the man to be disciplined, and you just have to know what you have sometimes, right? If you're with somebody, you have to trust them all the way. You can't be worried about that, because whether I have a friend or I don't have a friend, if McLovin is what I want to do, that's what I'm going to do. Right? If you're not with me 24/7, and that's what type of time I'm on, that's what I'm going to do, whether it's a friend, whether it's not, as long as you respect those boundaries. One thing you don't do is ever tell your personal business to your friends that you have with your relationship, right? Because that's going to get you in trouble. But I let them talk.
Let me ask you this, Trav.
I'll let them talk.
I mean,
Go ahead.
Trav, let me ask you this, Trav. Do you think there's any leniency or any difference between, because the woman said, I don't want to date a man who don't have female friends. Do you think that would change if she was married to this man? Because I think marriage and dating is two different things. I think there's a little bit more leniency with it. What do you think?
We change your mind.
Yeah, because she's gonna expect those boundaries, right? So from what I gather for what she was saying, it really just seems like she wanted him to be familiar with female tendencies, female behaviors, and just have a sound understanding of women, right? But I don't think that she appreciated him just actually being with the women per se. So there probably would be a limit at some point, right? Because once she has him like all the way, she got him married, she's probably not going to appreciate it the same. At that point, she's gonna be like, well, damn, what you doing? You know, so not everybody's like that though. Some people are real chill about it, but I think she might have some boundaries that she wants to express to him at that point if she got married.
And a lot of women wait till you are in a relationship. They want the man after you're in the relationship. So as a woman, you know how women are, and it's like they wait for you to pick them out, and then they want to go after that person, and you really don't know who they are until it happens.
To the ladies who got men right now on this panel that has male friends, do you approve of him posting selfies on social media with a friend? Like, hey,
your man posting selfies?
You said male friends or female friends?
like Miss Taken, her man has, correct me if I'm wrong, you have female friends, right? Is it okay, but he can take a picture and post it on social media, like, I'm out with my buddy and we getting lunch?
Yeah, I've actually posted pictures myself of a picture that he took with his friend.
Does he
Because,
allow
like I
you to
said,
take pictures with men?
I don't have male friends. I don't.
Not a one? Not even from childhood?
Do you want one?
She has male. So you have male people that you talk to who are guys, so they're just not in the
Well, like at work. I'm not operating or having relationships or calling them outside of work. I don't have any. What I mean is I don't have any personal male like friends like he has. I've never had a relationship with a guy that I grew up with.
God, that must be unfair for you.
No, I don't see what I'm missing out on though. I mean, his friends, what I would say is his male friends are what I would say my male friends, but I only interact with them when we are having like, gatherings. But
right. So let me ask you a question. Mistaken, would he be okay with you posting a pic with his male friend?
Yeah, I have because they're his friends. You understand what I'm saying? It was like when we got together, whatever friends we had, all of our friends kind of blended together from like his side and my side. So any male friends that I have are really his friends. I've never had any personal male friends of my own prior to meeting him anyway.
So basically you can have male friends, but they have to be mutual.
Yeah. Any
And
new
he
friends?
can have female friends and they don't have to be mutual.
Well,
She said
they
that
are
they do.
mutual. They are mutual because they're my friends now too. I
What
call
I'm
them.
saying, like, okay, well, now obviously now they're your friends, but I'm saying, like, if you wanted to have male friends, if he don't know them, that'd probably be like a red flag to him, right?
Well, yeah, that would be a red flag to me too. I said no new friends. The friends he had was prior to me being in the picture. Any new female friends, like when he used to be in education, he used to be like years ago when we first moved here, a para. So he, of course, was working with a female teacher. He was like, yo, you remind me a lot of my wife. I think y'all would get along well. He would tell me, oh, we did this at work today or whatever. But he made it a point to make sure that he introduced me to her. And we ended up hitting it off and we actually became friends. And, he's kind of in the background. So, yeah, I like I said, I trust him. He's never given me a reason not to trust him. So
let me ask you a question.
So to understand it, please keep in mind that Mistaken has been married for like 20 plus years, right? It's a totally different situation when you meet a guy and you guys are dating, especially nowadays. They were dating way before social media. They know each other like since they were kids, basically. That's a totally different relationship from something new, something still semi-new when you're in a year or two. It's just a totally different situation. There are different levels to this. So her situation is legit. We can understand why, but that is not most people's situations.
I would beg to differ. I think majority of the people that are.
Have you ever had with a female friend? Have you ever had a threesome with her?
What?
Have y'all ever had a
The
threesome?
answer is no, they haven't.
Hold on, wait, what?
Who did what?
A threesome.
Who? Yeah. You talking about her?
They have not.
You sent me something on my phone and it said that I hog tied her.
Yo, what?
I don't know how to hog tie people. What would I hog tie?
I want to know. Has he ever presented the idea to you to have a threesome with a female friend?
absolutely not. Absolutely
That's
not.
a bold question,
Now,
Andrea.
let me say this.
Where does
Not
that
that
come
he's
from?
never mentioned having a threesome. I think all men think about that, but not necessarily saying, "Oh, can she be?" No, never that.
On behalf of Andrea, I apologize for that question mistaken.
With a threesome with
Me too.
He mentioned it, but he didn't mention who it was with.
Andrea, come on, man. She married.
No,
Stop.
you guys need to shut your mouths and let me ask the question. Has he asked you about?
That's a stupid question. Stop doing that. That woman is married.
You're not smart enough to understand where I'm going with it. Has he ever asked you for a threesome, but he didn't specify who it was with?
She said no.
Already, I answered that already.
You didn't.
I said I think
she did say no. What are you talking about, Andrea? Stop.
Okay, I need for you
to
to
had that fantasy. Not to say that we haven't talked
Just
about
because
it.
you like threesomes don't mean other people like them.
Bald-headed guys.
But no,
Thank you.
no, absolutely not.
Okay, so he did ask you about it, but he.
Oh my God!
Shut up! Like you're so bald-headed, you can't even be quiet. Can you?
Okay, I'm not sure what you're not clear on. I said yes, of course. I think all men is gonna try to ask about that to see if you're gonna be willing to, right? But in terms of us doing that and him being specific about, can we pull this person in, with like you're getting at one of his friends? No, absolutely not. Never, not once.
So are you done? What kind of mess is that?
It's above your head. It just went over your head. That's okay. You don't get it because you're a man. Y'all think on a lower level.
Bruiser, would you say Alexis is a 7, 8, 9, or 10?
Alexis. Who are you talking about?
Alexis.
Who the hell is Alexis?
Who's Alexis?
Light
The one that came on my panel?
Yeah, Alexis.
I don't usually. Okay. You said a 7, 8, 9, or 10?
Oh my God! You know what? Don't worry about it. It was just a simple.
I would
question.
give her a 6.
All right. So she's somebody that hung out with us last time tonight's conversation was in the city. and we hung out, we went to the club together and everything. And I never tried to get with her. And it's just something I just don't really understand, that when a man sees an attractive woman, why does he have to sleep with her when there's attractive women everywhere? And it may be something I don't really understand. And maybe because we're in Atlanta, I don't know. But if one woman is cool, why can't you just sleep with these women over here? Is it something I'm missing?
Yeah, it's something you're missing. It depends on which one is more, give you more sexual arousal. You would usually lean in on that one. I mean, I've been in areas where there were multiple women that were attractive, but the one that's giving me the attention, the one who's showing less resistance, is probably the one I'm gonna lean hard in on. I think that's all men, though.
Okay. I just wanted to get clarity on that.
You're saying that Alexis was, did you want to smash her or something?
No, I'm just saying I can go out with an attractive woman without trying to sleep with them. That's all I'm saying. And I don't know
because you're a weirdo.
First of all, hold on, no. Who made any argument against that? Like, nobody said that Mr. Let Go can't go out with an attractive woman without sleeping with it. Nobody.
I was just trying to get an understanding. Is like, do dudes literally want to sleep with every woman they want to, that's attractive, that they want to? Okay, that's
I'm gonna tell you what Mr. Let Go is doing, Sweeney. Sweeney, believe it or not, Mr. Let Go actually does want to sleep with the women he goes out with. The way he's been able to position himself in a way to go out with more attractive women is by making statements like this to make women feel comfortable going with him. He's using manipulation. So hold on. In the back of his mind,
they know I want to sleep with them.
Okay, in the back of his mind, he really wants you. Listen, Sweeney, all of Trev, M. White, we've all done it. We've all played the field like we wasn't attractive, but deep down inside, beat them guts up. So you have to play it off, and that's what Mr. Lego is doing to make sure every lady on the panel is clear. Hey, look, we can go out. I'm not gonna try to smash, but deep down, he really want to smash.
That's why it's
if I want to smash, she's gonna know I want to smash before we go out.
You're gonna have a whole bunch of tires in the backseat, right?
No, just because he chose a different attractive woman for the night. Like, yeah, you're right.
That's what I'm saying.
Tires in the backseat is wild.
I'm gonna put you on back burner for the night, and I'm gonna sleep with. I'm not gonna sleep with you, Alexis.
I'm gonna sleep with her.
This nigga right here, bro. Hey.
Because the thing about it is, Sweeney, attractive women bring attractive women around, so you can, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't really understand that. So if you hanging around attractive women are going to be like, who is that? Like, I just don't understand.
But
like,
see,
you
women are attracted at your ability to be selective and be decisive. Women like men who know what they want. So if you're already around an attractive woman and you find her attractive, go ahead and pull the trigger on that. Why you worried about everybody else?
Because there's everybody else. You just literally answered the question. There's everybody else. There's
you're selling yourself. What is it called? Short or thin? Whatever. What's the term?
What he's doing is he's using her as the wingman. He really do want to still sleep with her, but what he's saying is, I can use you as the wingman on my arm to pull your friends, and then I
don't want to sleep with her though. I don't.
Why not?
Because I don't.
Because you're a weirdo.
But she won't be his friend no more, and he can't go out with her.
You a single man. It is absolutely nothing wrong.
I'm sorry. I'm not running around sleep with every woman I see.
We not saying that's not what we're saying though. We're not saying you're running around sleeping with every woman. We saying as a single man, it is absolutely nothing wrong with being open about, hey, look, if you're attractive and I found you attractive, we have to hang out. I'm gonna try to bust you down.
What I'm saying is enough women where I don't have to do that, because there's women over here and women over there.
Oh, you're right. You just got all her friends vicariously through her.
Go ahead, Shan.
So now, okay, so with this conversation, I now see what this young lady is saying in this video. What she's saying is she wants a man who is mature enough, like Marcus stated earlier, that he can see a woman and it can be seriously just platonic, nothing else, but his maturity level on that is so focused on, hey, I want nothing else out of her besides just her mind, whatever it is that she brings to the table outside of sex. And the problem is a lot of men have not are not that way. Okay, there's a certain type of maturity that comes along with that. So if she can see that you have matured in that way, that's the guy that she wants to date. She does not want that guy who's easily like, oh, there's a body, she gives it to me. He's able to have dick discipline, as Mistaken has mentioned.
And how did you agree with Marcus when he was just like, back in the day, of course, he used to see women as fuckable or family, but you said you agree.
So he wasn't mature at that moment, right? It took maturity for him to get to that. That's why she only wants to, she knows that men have this time where they're just like the pre-Marcus, the Marcus before the Marcus we see today. But she wants him to come already like Marcus is today.
I'm just hating on Marcus. That's all.
I'm just hating today.
I'm just hating. I'm just messing with him.
Saying that basically what these ladies in that video are basically saying is that they want these men to be this way because they're afraid of being cheated on.
That's an issue. You're right.
Well, yeah. So nobody wants to be cheated on first and foremost.
Well, why y'all afraid to be cheated on?
Huh?
Why y'all are afraid of being cheated on?
Because they're afraid that they'll still accept you after cheating. That's the fear.
Hold on, look, the prerequisite that the ladies
Totally
that
agree.
the video were saying is that we need him to see women
as
people more than I need them to see him as what Marcus said he saw women as, because that means I get with him. According to what Shan said, I ain't worried about him wanting to sleep with those women.
I'm giving these women too much credit.
Do y'all realize it takes time?
Sometimes it's not him.
And it's not just because he's mature.
She made
it's
a good
also
point.
because he had a time where he had enough women to get to that point. If the dude never scored, never did well, never fared well with women, then he's never going to get to that point, right?
And that's another
that's
issue.
What people describe. That's what people describe as an abundance mindset, right? So if you had enough women, it's not a big deal to you anymore. But if you did, they're always going to be like that, because every time you feel like you have opportunity, you got to jump on it because you don't have access to women. And unfortunately, that's
true.
more men's reality than we to agree. A lot of men's reality, unfortunately. It doesn't be, but it really is, right?
And Trev, that's the reason why
Go ahead.
Sweeney keeps arguing with me, because he never been able to get women. That's why Sweeney keeps talking shit. That's it.
So
Y'all special.
Notice how this
I'm just saying, that's why Sweeney, what he just said is just stupid, crazy, because he never been able to get women. So he sees a woman. If he was single, he's like, ooh, I gotta get her.
to the one that's married, right?
I said if you weren't married, you would just be out here,
I heard him say you ain't married.
To get women before you get married, right? Like that's a prerequisite to marriage. Like you don't just pop up one day
I
and
don't
be like,
think you got women before you got
Let
married.
me help you out, Sweeney. If I was single and I was Mr. Let Go, there's no way in hell. If you say you got all these female friends, there's no way in hell I have these cards. I'll be having these women selling my damn cards. I'll be pounding their guts out and having them sell the card card games for me. I think your whole business model is jacked up, bro.
Like
well, why does he have to be that way though? I'm not understanding. Like, why is that promoted? Like that's like the thing to do. Like when you have standards
when a guy,
Loser is trolling, y'all.
No, I'm serious.
Loser is trolling.
We had this conversation. We had this conversation last year when he said if he got women working for him, he wouldn't have sex with them because it'll ruin the business. And I said I disagree. Because once they get a boyfriend,
trolling back then.
You do not mix business and pleasure.
And that's what I'm saying.
If I coach a woman,
both methods is a woman as a commodity.
Let me air
That's
it
how
out.
that's like.
Do y'all think if a man if a man is able to have dick discipline and not just smash, like I guess we're indoctrinated to believe that that's all men do. When y'all run into a guy that doesn't do that, do y'all automatically think that he's lying?
Lying as in
no, if he's in a relationship and he's loyal to his woman, we don't think he's lying. But if he's something like Mr. Let Go, who's single, who always wearing labels to make up for whatever a lot of men who wear labels, they try to make up for what they
I
like.
got an Adidas shirt on. What are you talking about?
But I'm just saying,
Was that question for men or for
I
women?
got
you
on
ain't
a
got no
$30
reason to be.
shirt.
You ain't got no reason to be out here
I'm
slaying.
asking men because I think as women we naturally think that a lot of men just be smashing because that's what is promoted. But when we run into somebody that don't do that, it's like as women, I know I've done this, like you'll question their manhood or does he like your like
How do you
it's
know? How do you know you?
men can't. No, what I'm saying is, no, I've seen it. Like, and I've have conversation. Actually, somebody who I was that I could refer, that we have in common. I'll tell you later. That if the man isn't trying to get at them or flirt or do something, they automatically, oh, he must not be into women, right? As
He's just
opposed
not
to
into you.
that could be the case, or even on the flip side with other men, if a dude is like, nah, I don't just be smashing every woman I see, I'm selective. Y'all will question, oh man, you around all of these women and you ain't trying to smash. So
the reason why we think that is because
society is able to practice discipline that society views him as something wrong.
But we
Like,
smashing somebody mistaken. We just not smashing all the women because we don't have this. You smashing somebody, you're just not smashing all the women.
What is it to be disciplined to? Like you're single, you don't have any obligations to nobody. What are you disciplined?
Yourself.
I'm
It's
just not.
nasty out here.
That's
I'm
exactly
not
what
sleeping with all the
discipline
women.
is.
Is all I'm saying. I'm sleeping with somebody, but not them.
So mistaken. Are you talking about
exactly what discipline is? Discipline isn't doing it just for the sake of.
We don't want to not do it, mistaken. I don't
Discipline
understand
is
your
just
thing.
going to happen all the time.
I would say
regardless.
discipline
We
is
don't
being
want
more
to not do
responsible
it,
about who you do it with
mistaken. I don't know what you're talking
and
about.
being protected.
So mistaken? Is it the person that I think it is that you're talking about? Is that what you're?
Oh my God, we don't know what y'all talking about, y'all.
And the reason why I say that is because first of all, we have to think about the caliber of a man that he is, right?
They talking about Hink.
Oh, that's not the person.
Lord, hell no.
Hink. That's what they talking about. They talking about
That's
Hink.
not who I'm talking about.
He is not our mutual friend. He's just gonna tell. What are you talking about?
You talk trash about Hank.
He better be the husband's mutual friend. I'll tell you that.
I'm gonna text you who it was.
I text that to me.
All right, look. Let's wrap up this topic. We gotta get to the next topic. Anybody got anything else on this?
All this shit I've heard you do, bro. That's funny.
I'll say something because I've been quiet.
Yes, say it.
I first of all, addressing the video, it's a bunch of malarkey. They are trying to get views. I think it's absolutely stupid. If you're single, dating out here, if he doesn't have any women surrounding him like sharks, I don't want him. That sounds absolutely ridiculous and stupid. It's just crazy because a man, like y'all said, could have sisters. My husband, when I first started dating him, he had some beautiful, tall, wonderful, sweet cousins. Marcus knows who I'm talking about. And they're all close and they all give each other advice. And he also had friends from college. Remember, we met in college. So there's women that from high school, college, essentially not like I just met some people at his 20th class reunion a couple years back. And, that was interesting. People that I heard of, and a lot of them are married, beautiful, whatever. But when it comes down to what the conversation is kind of morphed into, my husband doesn't have female friends. I don't have male friends. We have associates. We have people that we are friend/associates with, that we associate within our marriage with. If he's talking to a female, if I'm talking to a male, it's always purpose based. It's not hey, what you doing? Let's catch up for lunch. Like, it's none of that going on within our marriage. And I guess those are the boundaries that we're talking about and all the little nuances. But I think every relationship has to have an understanding. And that's what Miss Taken was really trying to explain, as well as Mark, is like, you have to know your partner. You have to know what's going on. You have to have those boundaries. And everything shouldn't have to be discussed. Like, you just have to know how to move. I'm not, okay, so what is she doing? And okay, make sure she doesn't do this. And it, like, some things need to be understood. And then that's also ultimately why you choose certain people, because you don't have to coach them on every single little thing. Like, you see how they operate, and that goes within the vetting process. You see how they move, you see how they operate. When you come into the picture, do they make room for you in their space? Do they kind of part the sea for you to walk through as their partner and as their new addition to their life? And then as you guys establish a relationship, then you establish those boundaries and you know how to move. But we don't have quote unquote friends just and hangers on just hanging and circling around. We have a lot of individuals that we've been friends with, lifetime friends, like we said, childhood friends, high school friends, college friends, and associates. But it's mainly people are like, they're on the outside. They're not a part of our everyday life. And if we're talking to them by ourselves, then it's purpose. It's like, hey, what's up? I'm reaching out to you because of X, Y, and Z. It's not no, oh, let's catch up and let's hang out and let's go shopping or some crazy situation like that. It's not that.
All right, let's get to these super chats. And then we'll get to the next topic. Harrison Davis, appreciate the $2. Morpheus is going to get y'all right tonight. Not for the BS, 100, $2. The book is called 48 Laws of Power, not 40. Frenchie K757. Newport News? What, Chesapeake? Hampton? A member for 13 months. Shan, what if my female friend is big yet free-spirited? Is that okay? Kenneth Percival, $5. Let go, you understand women so well that you're divorced. Ooh. Call them children and parent to solicit ASS. No man on this panel will be buying your Uno cards. Damn. Zamila Jackson, $2. My homie's been down, never touched him. Again, $2. If my man has homegirls, they mine too. Ooh, she one of them. Akini Aguna Aga, whatever. $2. Panel. She's married. Let's skip it and not start. Not for the BS, $105. Mr. Lego is the friend in the guy group who doesn't mind taking one for the team. Don't let him fool y'all. Big or small, he loves them all. Big Ant 11, $10. Yeah. Lego want to smash, but when he sits down and his feet come off the floor, poor little tink tink. Johnny Mongo, $5. Ruth, smile real quick.
I'm always smiling.
Go ahead, Ruth. Oh, never mind.
I said I'm always smiling.
Okay. All right. So next topic. Tact and candor are similar, but they play different roles in communication. And we have a video.
Have you ever considered the difference between tact and candor? Well, candor involves speaking openly and honestly in a straightforward way, while tact refers to our ability to communicate openly in a considerate and sensitive way. So both candor and tact promote transparency and openness, but tact emphasizes diplomacy. In fact, I think of it this way. Candor's main goal is to be direct, while tact's main goal is to be diplomatic. Now, you might be asking, why do I need to be diplomatic when I'm communicating with other people? Well, the honest answer is influence. You see, a lot of times when people speak candidly, they do so with brutal honesty or without regard for how their message will impact their listener. So they may get their message across, but they'll also have lost their ability to positively influence their listener with their words. Now, tact, on the other hand, emphasizes finesse and respect and consideration for others. Most definitions define tact as an adroit way of communicating, which means skillful and clever. That's really the difference between the two. Now, none of this is intended to suggest that candor is inherently blunt or that tact is inherently soft, because candor can be considerate and tact can be sharp. But I do tend to consider tact to be the more skillful supplement of candor. I mean, for one thing, tact doesn't only know how best to speak at any given moment, it also knows when it's best to not speak at all.
That was very tactful.
All right, anybody want to go first?
I'll go first. A lot of times, when you get on the internet, you find a lot of people. I know that we have problems, the women on the women's side, on the man's side. A lot of the times when we finally get to that place of understanding, we want to I want to get my message out, but we're not taking into consideration people's feelings. They are human beings. They need their respect. It's a way to say things without condemning everybody. And that's why you missed them completely. If you thought you was changing somebody's mind, you're not. So we have to learn the skill of tech, because if you really care about your community and you want to see it grow, then you would be doing your children and grandchildren a service by speaking about the other gender with a lot of tact, understanding, and nuance. And yes, we do want to have the candor of being direct. Sometimes we try to smooth it out too much, and the message gets lost. So you have to have that delicate balance depending on what you're saying. But if you want to reach the masses, you're going to have some kind of tact, or you're just going to alienate yourself on one side. And you're like, a lot of men will say stuff, but then only have men listening to them. So how are you ever going to change anything? The women not listening to you because you said it in a rude way, a disrespectful manner, and you're still talking about them like they're objects. We said that all night today, that you guys look at us like objects a lot of times until it's like you're the one, right? So, or your mom. If it's not your woman, your mom, or your daughter, everybody's an object, or everybody can be disrespected. They don't get your respect. But if, as leaders, if we can start giving respect first and speaking in a certain kind of way where, hey, I respect you and I know where you came from. I know you have a lot of trauma. Let's work that out so the next generation don't have to do anything instead of condemning everybody to hell.
Is that the reason why y'all thought Kevin Samuels might have been disrespectful?
Women receive messaging very different, right? I think men can be candid with each other and it not be seen a certain way. Whereas women in communication with them, you need to be tactful, right? If a woman was to speak to you in the same way that y'all relate to each other, y'all would consider her being disrespectful or masculine, right? So as women, we, I think, learn early how to navigate the space of communication in terms of having tact, because there's a certain balance that we have to learn early on about communicating. I'll say those who were raised correctly. Okay, let me put that caveat. Let me put the caveat on there, right?
We never lie tonight now.
Especially like in places like the workplace or things like that, you learn how to navigate spaces in which communication is important, right? And I remember, I remember Marcus, like I've said this before, a lot of guys will get on us when, women in these spaces, when we're saying things like, like, pay attention to the way that you say things if you want us to receive it. And they're like, well, no, just listen to the message. That's the point. Like they're so harsh on the way that I'm just going to say what I want to say. Disregard how you feel about it, how it comes out. Just listen to the message. But if you're trying to change people's minds, or if you're trying to have them, really listen to what you're saying and navigate spaces, you're gonna have to learn the art of tactfulness. You just are.
Remember how your parents were. When your parents yelled at you a certain kind of way and they were disrespectful and rude, even if they were telling the truth, you didn't receive that message.
Right. I kind of, so mistaken. I agree with you on a lot of parts, but I have to disagree with you on you majority saying that women can be tactful. I think women try to really get a pass and being more candid most of the time and saying it's just the truth, take it. Especially with speaking to men, in this space that we're currently in. I feel that women get a pass and are expected for men to give them grace when speaking disrespectfully or using certain words and certain terms, but men are held to a different standard and expectation of, okay, well, speak to me softly because I'm a woman, but then turn around and then literally spew anything and say, well, I'm just being real, or I'm just being straight up, or I'm just telling it like it is. And it's, oh, I'm a woman, so whatever, I'm in this space, just take what I'm saying. And it's like, that's not really, I can't speak for everybody. I'm speaking for Black women in the space that we are all participating in right now. And I watch a lot of different panels outside of Lapeef Network, and it's a trend, y'all. And I mean, I'm just gonna be real tonight. It is a trend of no tact, no couth, no tact coming out of women's mouths in this space.
Can
And so
y'all
I'm
give
gonna
us
be
an
real.
example of something that y'all may feel like it's not no tact or maybe disrespectful in this space when men talk to women? Like example.
I was talking about women talking to men.
Oh, okay. So you saying women
Yeah,
are
I
not being tact.
disagree. Yeah, I disagree with Miss Taken. I said women don't automatically talk to men with tact. I said that they expect a certain level of tact and grace and tenderness when a man is speaking to them. But within our space that we are currently participating in, women step outside and cross those boundaries every single day by not having tact and expected to just be like, oh, well, I'm just being real, or I'm telling it like it is, or if you don't like it, oh, well, I'm not dating you, so I don't have to respect you. Saying different things like that is kind of literally within the past couple of weeks, I've heard a few women use that type of verbiage of I think it was a panel that Shan was on, women saying that they aren't nice to men because it's not the man that they're dating, so they are not nice, or they're not kind, and they don't have nothing for a man that they're not dating or is not their father or their brother. There's something wrong with that.
Andrea,
And
you seem agitated, Andrea. You got something to say on that or something?
Yeah, this is no shade, and this is not to anybody in particular. I just think that, well, first of all, one comment that you made earlier, you mentioned Kevin Samuels. I don't think he fits into this conversation because I personally think that Kevin Samuels was a terrorist. Secondly, as far as it is pretending upon being tactful, I think that whether you're a woman or a male, like, I think that being tactful is something that we talk about, but it's really something that, depending upon people's lifestyles and whether or not we feel like they deserve our approval, we have something to say that may not be tactful. Like when we talk about trans people, when we talk about homosexuality, when we talk about people who may involve themselves in sex work, we don't tend to be very tactful when it comes to discussing those type of conversations and those type of topics when it comes to people who we feel like don't deserve our respect or don't deserve our acknowledgement. So, I mean, I just have to speak to the hypocrisy. No shade, and it's not to anybody in particular. I'm just saying, just as a whole, as a group, as people in general, whether you're Black, white, male, or female, I think being tactful, we tend to, in our minds, warp reality to where we feel like a person is deserving of tact or not. And I don't think that that's true to what the actual word tact means. And I'm complete.
You said Kevin Samuels was careless. Can you elaborate on that just a little bit?
I said he was
a terrorist.
He was who?
He was a terrorist. Yes,
He was a terrorist?
A terrorist, yes.
Why do you feel like that, Andrea?
I feel like his message was not about self-love. His message to me was about hate. His message was about talking down and being condescending to other people. And overall, I just think that he was a terrorist. And I feel like anybody who listens to his message, I mean, you have the guy, for example, who, you know, subscribed to Kevin Samuels and other men who, you know, have those similar platforms who shot up a subway station. So I think that his message was very terroristic when it came to women, especially.
I don't think everybody thinks that about Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, that's a wild take.
So I think that so I think what she said. So we can agree that some of the things that Kevin Samuels said that were true, right? We can disagree with a lot of the things. It was just the delivery sometimes was, you know, came off a little different. Could have been delivered a little bit better, more tactful. Even though he was very conservative and he spoke with it, still it's just the way it was said that you could have said the same message, just a little bit different, you know. And that's to women and men, because I saw him being that way to a guy too who called you. And I was like, oh, his feelings.
I think people receive information differently, and that's okay. I don't think we're here to coerce anybody over to how we think, and I think that's the beauty of what a panel is, right? We all come from different perspectives. I didn't receive his information or what he said that way, and I watch Kevin Samuels faithfully. But I mean, I think it depends on how people talk to you in your life, like what you're exposed to. If you grew up like with coaches and different things like that, he kind of came off like a coach, like a basketball coach or a football coach talking
Let
to
me
his
tell
team.
you.
And that's how he dealt with, his audience. Like, hey, this is what it is. This is what I expect of you. And he always seemed to have a way of letting you know his intention at the same time of presenting whatever that said message is. Yes, it was some nuance of some entertainment there. Okay, like he was hot, so of course he was doing something for entertainment and shock value, like a Wendy Williams, like a what's your boy with the Howard Stern or whatever. There's some shock value there, but overall, I like his message.
So I think that. So I just want to clarify. I like Kevin Samuels too, but I'm just calling out the delivery, right? I was say the same thing about Wendy Williams. I like Wendy Williams, but there's some, we can't argue that the tact, like there's some things that she could have just said a little bit different to her, but I get it. It's all about, like you said, the wow factor. But that's not the argument here. It has nothing to do with me liking Kevin Samuels. Like I said, I agree with most of the stuff that came out of his mouth. But if I look at just the way he said it, it could have been said better. Because if I say that to one of your students in my class, one of your kids in my classroom who an adult age at 18, I'll probably be fired, right? So it's just about the delivery,
Well, regarding him, right? I think I would say after his first video went viral, right? I did actually go and watch all his previous videos, and I started watching them on a weekly basis, right? And he was extremely entertaining, not gonna lie. But if you watch his videos in totality, he was actually very tactful.
When you tell somebody dick not big, like you must got small, that's not tact.
No, but let me finish. When he got candid was only when people got candid with him.
Okay.
So even with the lady who his most viral video was the "You Gonna Die Alone" video, right? She got candid with him regarding her situation and what she liked and what she disliked, and he got really candid with her. But when you there's videos where he talked to people who were victims of SA and rape and things like that, and he was extremely tactful in navigating those conversations. He talked to women that have had mother issues, and when you actually listen to how, because what happens is you clip up somebody, you can make them sound any old kind of way. But when you actually watch the full broadcast of any of us, because you can clip any of us on this panel and we might have said some wild shit, and without context, it can mean a lot of different things. So with him, I watched his shows in totality because that's, what I mean, when you have an opinion on somebody, you might want to give them the chance of watching the show that we're talking about. And throughout that show, he was tactful with a lot of different people, but he always said, as a coach, he matches the energy of the person he's speaking to. So he can mirror back to them what they're doing, so they can see what they're doing through him. So if if a person on the call with him was like, "You being a real asshole right now," he said, "What do you think that means about you?"
So I actually believe that Kevin Samuels was a terrorist. I believe that his message was to promote hate against women, and it promotes men to be able to attack women emotionally by talking about their appearance. I feel like he made a pattern of attacking women as far as desirability was concerned. I feel like he attacked women based on their value, whether they had kids or not. I think that he was a terrorist, and I think his message was very dangerous for women. And I think that was a reason why once he, transition, a lot of people kind of celebrated, almost like it was kind of like Saddam Hussein or something like that. Like people felt liberated because he was very terroristic to women.
You know what I find interesting? Every woman that has tried to coach women after him have essentially turned into Kevin Samuels. Every last one of them. Kendra G tried to started trying to help women date. A lot of women who've tried the pineapple show, all of them eventually start saying the same shit that he was saying. And that's across the board.
Well,
Go to any show where women are trying to date or figure out what their problem is with the opposite sex, and every last one of them start saying the same shit that he said.
And a lot of men say a lot of the toxic things that he said. I think he was like 90% good soup and 10% toxicity.
And I think we focus in on the toxicity.
And they don't watch. I think the men weren't watching the whole show because they just focus on those clips. And not what I think is that it's the result of it. How men start talking to women, like they became more disrespectful. And we feel that in our real lives. If I'm in an Uber and somebody's like, yeah, you gonna go 50-50, you gonna let me cheat. Like this was happening in real life. So yes, I understand you guys were winning for a while and everything, and that was great. And y'all do deserve that because women have been treating y'all wrong, and I got a totally different perspective. However, these guys get real aggressive, they real broke, and they think they can do what high value men can do, and it's confusing. And that's the issue with them. So I like the show. I learned a lot from it, but like that little bit of poison, it just kind of threw our community off.
Give us an example of something Kevin Samuels said that was toxic.
He encouraged a woman to not believe her daughter when she said that she was sexually assaulted by her husband.
That is not what he said.
That is exactly what he said.
No, it's not.
Ruth, can you give us an example? Can you give us an example of what you?
If you had sex already, you should just give it away for free. Like if a woman did that in real life, you guys would not judge her by all of the bodies that she started racking up after that point of that conversation. You would judge her even more. If she was at 10 and she went to 40, you would look at her totally different. So yes, women in real life we are really influenced by what men say. And so you can have lower self-esteem watching Kevin Samuels. It happened to me, so I know. But it doesn't mean that you can learn, but you got to be careful. You got to not be easily manipulated. You got to know what's for the show and what's real life and what you can bring that's positive and leave the negative.
Ruth, did you watch that show when he said that? Did you watch the show in its entirety?
So I watch a lot of shows in the
Oh, wait, that specific show when he said you need to be giving that away. Did you actually watch the show, that specific one?
I don't remember which is specific.
Well, in that show, she was talking about how I believe she was saying that she needed a man that made a ridiculous amount of money, and that she was talking about how she wanted to wait to get married first. And she had already had children, and she was like 40 some years old. And he was like, at your age, you're trying to gatekeep sex to these type of men that you want. You got you got level of men that you want, and you're trying to gatekeep sex. He was being facetious, but he was like, you need to be giving that thing away. You over here with these high standards.
People are not as smart as you guys giving them credit.
Exactly. You guys are taking this like men think like you guys.
So, they're really slow.
Sweeney, you don't deal with guys on a date, so you can't. You dated a guy, so I see what she's saying. Real fast.
Well, you deal with guys, Sweeney?
Let's just hear it out, okay?
Sweeney said he deal with guys.
Get an average man and stop promoting the high value man. I find it real funny that every time y'all make money, then all of a sudden y'all want to promote high value men all day. Y'all don't talk about average no more. Y'all don't talk about being broke no more. That's why you need to get with a man like me so you can have all the women to sleep with. But it affects the women in the community.
So go ahead, Sweeney.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Y'all have to understand the people that were calling into his show.
We do.
So if you understand the people that were calling in, then you have to, on top of that, understand the message he was delivering. If you get a bunch of people that come in with the most wild expectations, with the most absurd thought process, you're gonna get somebody who says like, that sounds like bullshit, and if that's what you want, here's what it looks like. So just because, and the thing is, we try to fault him for the way that men behave or mistake his message. I would bet my bottom dollar if he was alive today, half the shit that he hear people say, he would go out his way to say that's bullshit. And I'm talking about men, the men that y'all are complaining about, the one that you said in that cab. I guarantee you, Kevin Samuels would have said that dude is full of shit. Because that's what he did. I remember an episode where a dude came on his show and said, black women are my enemy. And he tore that fool to shreds. Mm-hmm. He doesn't. So I get that there's an effect where men have come out and Of course there's been men that came out and said some wild shit. But goddamn it, we got the sprinkle lady on the other side, and we've seen plenty of women come out saying wild shit behind her.
We don't stand with her.
Y'all don't, but it don't mean that the women don't exist. Just like we can't say that the men that you're talking about.
You see the effect of it. It's hurting our community.
So look, let me say something real quick.
Real
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sam.
So
Go ahead,
real
Shane.
fast. So I get what you're saying, Sweeney, and I get what you're saying. What we're saying is, so let's take Kevin Samuels. If you look at the entire clip, it makes sense. It makes sense to me. It makes sense to everybody on this panel because we are able to receive that, right? The problem is there's so many I don't know if they're low learners or they just seek out toxicity. There's more of them who come in and they use that toxicity, that little 10% that may have been toxic. They maximize that and they live their life that way. Because I've seen it on the dating scene, like how much it's changed to the point where if I didn't have such great brothers in my life, I would think that, like, is it even worth dating anymore? Like, it's just so much toxicity in these streets as far as dating these days, you know? And it's just, and it has nothing to do with Kevin. It's not his fault. It's just those people took that little part and they made it so big. And unfortunately, they're just not as smart as you guys, who you're able to look at the bigger picture. I'm like, you know, I'm able to see this chick called in and she was this woman. That's a certain woman that he's talking about. They think of it like all women. You know, we hearing this. So we talked about this last week. The all. If, you know, some people can see one person. She's like, oh, I have 30 bodies, and they think like all women got 30 bodies. Like y'all some hoes out here. No, she got 30 bodies. Like, and so that's the problem.
Let me say something, Sweeney. I want to say something to you. I want to ask you a question.
For Shane, real quick, and I'll let you ask me.
Go ahead.
Man, do you think it's beyond the realm of possibility that some of those men have actually experienced those women, and that may have actually played a factor in the reason why they are behaving the way that they behave?
Absolutely. I don't take that your experience does, but I just know that it's a lot different now, and it's not for the better. The way we're moving now is not for the better.
I would agree.
And so I can't say it's because of Kevin Samuels. I can't give him that. You know, I don't know what it is, but I can say whatever happened between that time and now, whether it be YouTube streets and everybody's trying to repeat everything he's saying and they're flipping it and making it out for their own agenda, it's just not going in the right direction.
That's my question is,
so y'all think?
Hold on, Sweeney. So I think you answered it. Do you think? Because I think the worst thing that could have happened is for Kevin Samuels to pass away. Like that, literally,
I think he was corrected to behavior.
Everything up. I think Kevin Samuels still being around, like Sweeney said, he would have corrected things and he would have changed the interpretation of things. But once he passed away, everybody just took certain things from him and then turned into these stupid, evil, little dumb people. So in your opinion, Sweeney, do you think Black YouTube is fucked up because of Kevin Samuels? I wish he would have stayed alive so he can correct it, but we can't change that. He passed away, so you know, God rest the dead, but him dying actually ruined every dude on YouTube. What do you think?
I would disagree. I would say that I think our space was already toxic.
You don't think he was making it better when he was alive? I think he was. What do you think his impact was?
A lot of things better within his space, but as far as Black YouTube and Black social media, Shade Room had 22 million followers long before he existed. And
Shade Room don't be talking to people though. Shade Room just shares content. It's different.
But Shade Room does. It speaks to a level of toxicity in our community that has perpetuated itself, and it kind of actually created the very women that called into his show to begin with. The way that we talk, the things that we had, the expectations that we had from social media, that shit already existed before COVID hit, and there was a magnifying glass put on it because, you know, before COVID, people was working, ain't nobody got time for that. We was doing our own thing, but when COVID hit and we all ain't had shit to do but watch YouTube and get on Instagram, we seen a lot of shit. And I think he was just a cog in the very same system. I don't think all of us are exactly who we were before COVID hit. Shade Room existed. I seen when you look at publications like The Root and the shit that they used to say about men and women, and you look at the manosphere existed before Kevin Samuels was there, so that shit
They
was
weren't
going.
as bad though. They
That
weren't
shit,
as bad.
oh, yeah,
Hold on. I just want to finish what I was saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason why I brought that up is because I think a lot of people, a lot of men got more angry because they lost a father figure. So it's like they were mad that Kevin Samuels passed away. And then toxic women were happy that he passed away. And that made the men say, oh, I'm finna like avenge his death or some shit. And it made them even madder. So it's like, one, him passing away, it affected, I literally think it traumatized a lot of men on YouTube. And then to see or hear about how many women was rejoicing that he passed away, which was really disrespectful. Where they were just like, oh, I'm gonna like be Kevin Samuels and get in all y'all women's asses. Y'all gonna do that man like that. F y'all and all this and that. And I think it literally got worse. And I think it's a certain amount of anger or resentment or possibly abandonment where these dudes on YouTube, they just have to keep his name alive, or I don't know what it is, but I think it's gotten worse. But I think if he was stayed alive, it would have gotten better because he would have been able to evolve and reiterate certain things and correct different people.
So what you were
bring
asking,
Kevin Samuels in real quick because he got a show at 10.
All right.
How you guys bring in that Kevin Samuels? Welcome Kevin Samuels to the show.
What's going on, people? How's everybody doing tonight?
Doing great. About yourself?
Good.
What's up, Godfather? I like them watches that you picked up lately.
Oh yeah, you know. You want to go get the caps, or you want to do the watches? Which one you want to do?
We're gonna do the watches.
No, seriously though, I've heard a lot of the back and forth, and one thing that I rarely hear from women in this conversation, whether we're talking high value, productive, competitive, successful men, or just men in general, is good faith. I'm always hearing this color purple. I've had the fights all my life and all this stuff that I'm 52 years on this planet, and I don't see women getting beat and cheat like this. I didn't see this. So why do so many of our conversations devolve into, well, I'd rather be by myself versus this life that you can't tell me that most women are living, even the majority of women. This was part of the contention we had back when you came over to my show, Tawana, this narrative that just is not rooted in any observable or even data-driven reality, but it's still real to far too many Black women. Why is that?
I can speak it for me. I think that it's programmed, you know, like when you go through certain things, you kind of program yourself to, you know, accept the negative first, right? You look at it that way, you accept the negative first, and if something positive comes in, you're like, okay, well, it's like a surprise. You prepare yourself for the worst, right? It's not a good thing to do. I won't say that it is a good thing to do. It's not a good thing to just automatically preconceive, right? But when you go through stuff and you know that you're the reason why of it, it makes you leery when you continue, because you're like always, you're the cause of everyone that you choose, right? Sure. So if you're the cause of everyone you choose and everyone you choose and it's an issue that's happening, you become scared about going forth with that because your decision when it comes to choosing is not that great. Right. So you become hard.
Okay. So one thing I hear, the programming, where is that coming from?
I just guess in society, it's like you look at it as I'm not going to accept that.
No, exactly. Where is the programming coming from? What part of society?
It's media. It's
media.
family.
Yeah, we'll say
the
it.
First transmitters of culture and knowledge is the mother.
Yeah.
So any media that comes in through the first transmitter of technology, the gatekeeper to the media, the mother, not the father.
I completely agree.
Why you say not the father? That's
because the fathers don't transmit culture. Fathers transmit standards and morals.
But a woman can also learn how
See,
to.
when I say things like this is not absolute. It's not either or.
Okay.
But women transmit culture globally. It's not just in the Black community.
Right.
So if it is transmitted to women, it's being transmitted to women by women about men.
But
And
not
then-
all the time.
I just don't agree that that's the only source.
Okay, but
I feel like
well, how
there's
about this?
multiple
It's
sources.
50.1% of the time. It's the majority. How about we work on the majority? Because this is where our
How
conversation
about we
is
share
going to go.
responsibilities?
Well, because it's triage.
Right.
You see, this is where we end up. It's always when we start going down the rabbit hole and start putting accountability and responsibility on the justifiable party. When it becomes the women, then we want to spread it out and make it about everybody. How about we get to the root of the cause and then we start worrying about parceling out equal responsibility after we actually get to start the search. So did anybody find anything about that was toxic?
You know what I'm
me
gonna
to be
say?
totally honest? I wouldn't say necessarily toxic, but I do think men experience men differently than women experience men, right?
What do you
And
mean?
so
What do you mean?
I'm about to explain. Like, you don't date men, so you wouldn't know how men are dating men, right? Women date men, so we experience men differently. Y'all interact differently with each other than y'all do with women, right? So one of the things that he said that I don't know if y'all would have picked up on, that I could see some women feeling uncomfortable, is the fact that when he was saying, you know, women, so I had to fight all my life, you know, like that part, saying he's like, in real life, I really, you know, don't even, women aren't even experiencing things like that. So for a woman who is experiencing domestic violence or things like that, that will be offensive, because a lot of that kind of stuff, it happens in silence. And that's what continues to perpetuate the behavior. It is a secret. The idea is you're not supposed to know that these things are going on. Sexual assault, domestic violence, all of those things occur behind closed doors in secret, with the understanding that you're not supposed to know, right? And so by him saying that he don't see it, people in real life don't live like that, he's discounting the many women and men that experience domestic violence. So that was just one thing that, you know, that if I was in that situation, I would have taken some kind of way. And that's when we say you have to be mindful, especially in platforms like this, of the way you say things and how you say things, just because you don't know who's watching. And a lot of, like, I teach in high school, I even heard male students repeating and regurgitating some of the stuff that he was saying. And they don't have the same level of discernment to kind of understand the nuances or really understand what he was saying. So, I mean, do I think what he was saying was toxic? But understanding the various people of audience that you'll be engaging in, that was just something that stood out to me.
So these women don't want shit from us but our money. All they care about is what we can provide to them. They don't care about us. They hate us. You know what I mean? They want to take our kids from us. What do y'all think about that? Because that's how I feel.
Well,
That's what that's what you feel about what? What you mean? That's how you feel.
Hold on, Mr. Nichols. Let him go. How do y'all feel?
I think that that's heightened now, right? We didn't even know what high value man was before. You know, now everybody feel like they can get a high value man that we didn't even know existed before he came on the scene. If you were okay with Joe who worked with you at Walmart before, the stock dude was okay then, but now you feel like, oh, but I can get me a high value man because they don't care because I'm beautiful. You know, like, if anything, to me, I feel like the regular guy is just left out in the cold. I feel bad for him.
What
You
do
know,
you
he's
think about
working a 9 to 5, just trying to make it meet, you know, his ends meet. Why can't he get the girl who he's supposed to get? You know, I just feel like the high value guy was put on a pedestal.
I'm talking about women in general. That's what
That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying to you is, I feel that because now you have a term like this, it made high value guy popular. Nobody was caring about that position like before then. Nobody was
Well,
caring
what's your
about.
point, Shane, about that? That wasn't his question.
So what I'm saying is, he asked, well, what about the girls who use men for money, right? That's
No,
what
no,
you're saying.
I made a statement. I
You
said
start talking about high value man out of nowhere.
Yeah, I said that women use men for money. They don't care about us. They're trying to take our children from us. All they want, they only care about us as much as they can, as far as what we can provide. We're pretty much useless to all these women. How do y'all feel about that statement?
I think that for the majority, you're right. There's a lot of women out there that are like that. Because when we try to talk sense into them, they're like, oh, you promoting struggle love. Oh, you want people for their character. What is that? You just want a broke man. I'm not here for that. I just want somebody at the finish line. And I just wanted to say something about Kevin Samuels. He's not the problem. We were looking for a savior, and he cannot fix all of our problems in the community. Kevin Samuels wasn't toxic. The YouTube algorithm was toxic. Okay. So if he did everything, his title, he would change his title right on the spot. He would do a lot of things because he was a master at doing those kind of things and marketing. That's what he was doing. He was marketing and he was making money. You know, it's just at our heartstrings. Women are offended because it was our image on the line. But he did a good job for what he was doing. It's just the fact that we want him to fix everything in the Black community, but it was already toxic before he got there. And I understand that, but that doesn't mean he didn't have an impact in a negative way as well as a positive way, which I think it was more positive than negative.
What about you, Mistaken? What did you think about the statement I just made? True, false?
I'm sorry, what was the statement?
These women don't care about us. They only want us for our money. They only care about us for as much as we can provide. They're trying to take our children away from us. They lie, they cheat, they steal from us. They ain't worth a damn to us right now because of how they treat us.
You said that was his message. I do believe
So that's my message. That's what I'm saying.
That's your message.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Kevin Samuels said any of this. That's what I'm saying. How do y'all feel about that?
How do I feel? I mean, if that's your experience, that's what you're going to speak from. If that's what you've experienced, of course, you believe it. I can't speak on it because I don't.
That's your reality.
Oh yeah, my reality
So
is
is that your actual reality, Sweeney? I don't know. I'm just asking.
I just want to get how everybody feel about it.
Because the way you talk, sometimes I actually think you think that, but I don't know. I'm just asking.
If to me, if that were the case, no, don't get it twisted. I know there's some gold diggers out here, and I think that's the message,
reality, right?
So I think that's the message that is out here, right? But that can't be true if people are saying, "Oh, then why she dating Pookie's and Ray Ray's?" If Ray Ray and Pookie get in play, they aren't this dude, right? So that can't be true because most people are not dating men who got money like that. They're just not. The grand majority of Black men are not 1%ers. They're just not. So, and most of them have a female. So how could that be true?
I don't think Casey got the answer to the question.
I'm trying to understand. So Sweeney, with you making the statement that you've made and then saying, ladies, how do y'all feel about that? What I hate to do this because when I see people do this on panels, I'm like, just answer the question. What angle are you looking for as far as an answer? Like, I'm kind of, do you really feel that way? Are you just making a statement? Do you actually see society as that way? Do you want to know if we agree with that statement? Do you want us to agree with your point? Yeah, like, what do you? I want to give us a intelligent answer. I don't just speak just to speak.
Give an intelligent answer.
But I want to
assume that I really mean that shit. Because that's what I said. I didn't say that I was faking or lying or any of that. I made a statement about how I feel that most women are.
Most?
You said most women?
I said these women out.
Just
Okay, go
answer the
ahead.
question, y'all. Just
Say the
answer the
statement.
question.
No, say the statement one more time.
These women don't care about us. They only want to take our money. They only care about high value men. They don't care about us. They only they're taking our children from us. They don't value us as long as unless we can provide something. They hate us. These women, this is our experience as men. This is what they're doing to us.
So I believe what you're saying, if every single thing in that sentence you actually feel that that's fact, right? I also want to say that we got to be careful because within Black YouTube or within this space, there are microphones put up to certain things and certain people that will make you believe that that's the majority when it's really not the majority of what's going on. So I can say what you're saying. Yes, it does happen. Yes, there are women who are being raised to really look at a man like an object, and therefore they think that because a baby came out of them that the man has no parental rights to a child. So it's all about a bag when it comes to a child, or it's all about how can I level up and having a child with a certain man of certain, money and means to take the child away and get whatever situation going for themselves. Does that exist? Yes. But we got to realize spotlights are being put on certain avenues and certain things that are going on within our community. It's what's hot, it's clickbait, it's what the topics that we talk about a lot of times, but you got to take a step back and look in your real life and what's going on. Do you probably have friends that you feel like, oh yeah, he got ran over by some women? But I know you also have some people, some family and friends in your circle who are also well taken care of and loved by women as well that you know personally. So that's how I feel about that.
It goes back to the who's the biggest victim type of thing, like we was talking about earlier, though. It makes you or whoever you're talking about a victim of women.
Mr. Lego, I get that. You know what I found interesting about all y'all responses?
Everybody, Andrea didn't respond.
I never responded, actually.
Well, I already know how you would.
No, you actually don't.
Let her get her thought out.
I'm good. I promise you, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, actually, no.
I'm good. I'm good. Andrea,
Answer the question, bro.
Go ahead, Andrea.
I'm not done. So here's the thing. I don't feel like y'all realize that there is a bigger motive to separate and divide us that is far beyond even the Black community. I think there are outside sources when it comes to media, when it comes to music, when it comes to how we portrayed on TV, when it comes to the things that are pushed in front of us, when it comes to like, in general, just gun violence or anything that is deceptive and divisive to our community as Black people is going to be put in front of us for the sake of dividing us. So you saying that women are just going to steal from you and take women from you, and, or what do you say, take your kids from you or whatever else, I think that is, I think that type of message is very divisive to the Black community. I think it is untrue. I think that people who say things like that have a goal in mind to divide us as a people. And I think it's detrimental to us as a community. And that's just kind of how I feel about it. I kind of I stand on what I said about Kevin Samuels being a terrorist. I feel like the type of verbiage that you use sounds like someone who is brainwashed into trying to make their counterpart the enemy. And I don't think that when y'all do that and when y'all subscribe to that type of group think like that
you did this, Queenie.
I don't think
Andrea.
No, Mr. Lego. No, Mr. Lego.
I'm just saying, don't get mad because you did this.
Mr. Lego, let her rock. Let her finish.
Things. I need y'all to know that when y'all allow this type of propaganda to happen within the Black community, the enemy wins. There's a very distinct message and goal in mind when they push that kind of stuff in front of us. So y'all subscribing to that is very dangerous to the Black community. And I need you to understand that.
Go ahead, Sweeney, because I got something to say. Go ahead.
Thank you for coming behind me with that point. That was good.
Oh, Sweeney, go ahead. I got a lot to say.
And I ain't go yet.
I love that that's how y'all responded. Thank you for that response. Because by that response, every last one of y'all should have understood exactly what Kevin Samuels was saying. The color purpling of men. That's what he was speaking
Sweeney,
to.
I said for 10 minutes ago that I was a Kevin Samuels fan.
No,
Like,
I'm not saying
you're not catching me in no trick bag.
And not only that, they specifically asked, what did you see that could have been said
One
wrong?
mic, y'all.
I got to chill.
You did this, Sweeney. You did this.
No, I know what I did, Mr. Lego. I did it on purpose. Because when he said the color purpling of black men and how we're being shown in a light that's not true for most people, when I said that's what happened to black men in society when people were talking about black men. So when I made that statement in absolute about black women, the first thing y'all said was the same thing that Kevin Samuels said in that video. Not all. Why are we making this? This is divisive. That's everything that he was saying.
That's actually not what he said. He said,
I said, if that was your experience, then I can understand. So that's
Right.
the same scenario. There's a lot of women who have experienced domestic violence.
Right, but he didn't.
Sweeney, you like literally Shane had one point of view, Miss Taken had one point of view, Ruth had a different point of view, Andrea had a completely different point of view, and I had all of our views were not completely aligned when it came to Kevin Samuels. So to tell us like, oh, I'm glad y'all answered that way. Like, I respect you, like I love you, I rock with you on this channel stuff, but you can't act like you got us in a conundrum. Because we weren't in agreement about Kevin Samuels to begin with, so it doesn't connect.
Can we move on from this Sweeney question, please?
Let go, because you just want to talk. That's not my point.
We still got to get Trev in here. Trev,
Trev ain't talk. You just want to. Nobody cares about this.
Like chilling.
Mr. Lego, let me cook for a second. That wasn't.
Go ahead, bro. Shit.
All right, then, shut the fuck up. Damn.
You keep saying dumb shit.
Jesus. The point was when y'all heard him say that, the response was that his language, that he was basically speaking as if it didn't exist or if it didn't happen. That's what I heard here. And it's fair. I understood y'all feelings. All I was simply saying is the moment I made that same statement about women, it was a different tune, because that's exactly I expected y'all to respond that way. Is that, hey, that's not how it is in reality for most people. Most men ain't out here getting done dirty. Most men ain't out here being treated wrong. Most men aren't out here doing this.
Sweeney, you heard that from Miss Taken. Miss Taken.
That was one person who answered.
That was one person.
Can we move on from this?
That was one person. That was one person.
Trev, can you just jump in, please?
One person that said it, but from my understanding, and maybe I misinterpreted what the point of the exercise was, I thought we were watching the video to specifically see or pinpoint something that he said that could have been read a certain way. And that was what I picked up.
All right, Trev.
That's what I was expressing.
Mr. Lego.
Trev.
We're good.
Yeah.
Trev, can I have the floor real quick?
Yeah.
No.
I'm gonna go, bro. You got it right after. You got it.
All right, bet. I got it right after you, bro.
No, I got it right after. You shut the hell up. All right, go ahead, Trev.
Just mute the mic, bro.
Trev, go ahead.
So, all right. So, with this whole situation, right? I don't feel like Kevin Samuels was the first. There was a whole lot of people in the manosphere first. He brought a serious light and opened up the conversation a lot more, right? And a lot of people took it the wrong way. He used to say all the time, eat the meat and spit out the bones. Pause. But you basically, I said pause. So, I mean, if we really think about what that means, right? It's not for everybody. And you have to realize there's certain things that some people have, whether it's Donald Trump, right? Whether it's Kanye West or whatever. When you say things and you shoot from the hip, right? Getting back to the topic a little bit. When you have a delivery like that, you're going to be able to deliver your message to so many more people. When he was calm, when he was chilling, he couldn't get to the masses. He talked about the nuclear family. That's what he promoted. Somebody even said that in the comments. That's what he did, right? His ultimate goal was to bring families together. Will we all agree with his methods? No, but I do think that he did some good work, because there are some females who were coming to him for answers. And not to say he could save everybody, but he offered the most advice that he could possibly provide, right? That he was on a mission to kind of, because one thing he always talked about was how we are at the bottom, right? And this is what we need to do to improve. When he would talk to men, he was worse on them. If anybody paid attention to his really old videos, he was worse on men, but it was about improving. I could say for myself, when I said things that were crazy and when my videos were more polarizing, I got a bunch of views. Anything that over got 1 million views on Instagram, it was when I was going off, right? When I delivered in that way. And a lot of us do that. Mr. Let Go, I seen him go hard sometimes, not in the same direction, but when you go off, Bruiser, you do the same thing. It's the way you deliver it, right? And sometimes you have to give these harsh truths that we don't want to hear. It's like when every one of us got one of them uncles that just say, they shoot from the hip. They say what's on their mind. And we know that's how they are, but we eat the meat and spit out the bones. Pause again. But that's what we're missing about it. And I think, in all honesty, I'm just paying attention to the way JR laid out his composition with the videos. For him to bring this up where we're talking about the two different styles of communicating. I feel like shooting from the hip is what we should be doing most of the time. It's a delicate balance. When I talk to people one-on-one, I try to understand them for what they are. But when you talk about that second style, to me, it brings it back home to the first topic, which is manipulation, right? Versus just speaking the truth, good, bad, or ugly. I'll let y'all go because y'all had a bunch.
So let me say this. The problem I had, it's not even a problem. What I noticed with Kevin Samuels is it turned into that, like, the thousands of super chats he would get every night, right? It would be like he would get into a woman, just go off on her or say something crazy to her, and then he'll get all these super chats, right? And I think I guess the typical business mind, he's just like, ooh, that shit worked, so let me do that again. I don't know, but it kind of seemed like that. So just like what Trev was saying, you get more views, you get more likes. He was getting more super chats. He was getting more, engagement when he was just going off on the women. And then, at first he just had the slap sound, and then he had these women are stupid sound, and then he had this sound, and then he had the do, and then it just went on and on and on, and he became more entertaining, and it wasn't helpful like entertaining, right? So it became more entertainment instead of helpfulness, and it just turned into like, all right, who's coming up next so I could just tear her ass apart. And the women who would show up on the show used to be stupid. They were just dumb as hell, right? But with my women or children mentality, I'm not finna just rip into a woman because she's saying some stupid shit. I'm gonna accept her as, oh, she's just saying some dumb shit. I'm not just gonna rip into her for some super chats or whatever. So I think that kind of like pulled him out of his purpose, because sometimes we human, and you start getting a whole lot of super chats because of something you just did. You're just going to replicate it, and it's whether good or bad. I think that's kind of, it is what it is.
All right, we're gonna move on. Let's get Casey now. I think you had something to say. We got to get to the main topic.
I ain't speak on main topic.
Or you can have the last.
The original thing was candor and tactful. So I think tactful communication is an art form, and it can be appreciated by balanced people. Unbalanced people tend to take tact as lying. Now, manipulation is tactful because you're skillfully navigating a conversation in order to deliver a message in the best or most effective way it can be received. And if the goal is to get a desired result that's positive for all, that would be, back to the original conversation, positive manipulation. So I could almost guarantee the way I speak, it bothers the most polarized individuals, right? And the people that have a degree of balance understand that in order to have communication with someone else, you have to have some type of understanding of their perspective. And by addressing the perspective and some of their potential concerns or the issues that they have, you allow yourself to actually engage in conversation versus spewing rhetoric back and forth. Polarization pushes the person that you want to come close to further away. So I think it's one of the most counterproductive things you can do. When it comes to like actually being tactful, though, it's a possibility that you can soften a message too much. But I kind of view that the same way I view like the statement of I'd rather be overdressed than underdressed, or a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war, because it puts you in a space where you overcompensate for the issue instead of creating more of the issue. So even if it's softer, at least the portion that was received will be received versus none of it being received. And yeah, so anybody that really hates how I talk, I can almost guarantee that the results that you have, and anybody that understands how I talk, I can kind of understand, or we're gonna have similar type of results, and those things will shape your viewpoint of reality on life.
So
I did have something to say, last quick. I do think that people receive and perceive information differently. I don't think that we all have the same communication styles. I just don't. I think it goes back to like motivational speakers and people who I love watching documentaries about people who were cult leaders and like pastors of 20, 50,000, person congregations. People have different ways of delivering messages, and certain people latch on to that. I don't think that we all have the same communication styles. And just right before COVID, this whole like leadership and like follow and be your best, like the whole who is it, Tony? What's his name, y'all? That the major motivational speaker. I can't think of his last name right now.
Tony
but
Robbins?
Tony Robbins?
Yeah, people like that, like people they are polarizing. They are, fired up and crazy and do all kind of wild tactics, while other people don't identify with that and they're not going to receive that. And it puts off and conflicts with their energy of like sitting in a room having to listen to somebody like that. But a person like that has hundreds of thousands of followers and hundreds of thousands of people who believe in their messaging. So I just don't think that we all gravitate towards the same communication style.
All right. So let's get to this main topic, and then we'll do the super chats on the back end. Next topic. How our fears can show up during dating. The Lapeef Let's Talk show. And then we have a video.
All are just afraid. Many of you all believe that whatever you believe about yourself, someone else believes about you. Many of you all are afraid to be hurt again. Many of you all are afraid of rejection. You feel like people are not going to accept you. You feel like that if you show up as who you are authentically, that people are going to turn you down, and you truly have social anxiety. It's not introversion. So y'all have to stop making that excuse. I hear, and trust me, I work with hundreds of women a week. I work with many men as well, and I can tell y'all that is something that people hide behind. If you want to have a relationship, if you want to be married, if you want to date, stop hiding behind your fears. You are paralyzing yourself, and most of those fears are adopted. They're either adopted from somebody that you witnessed it with, they're either adopted, or maybe you have gone through some type of childhood adverse events. Maybe you have gone through trauma, but if fear keeps you handicapped, how do you think that you're going to grow and get what it is that you actually desire?
All right, who want to go first?
Can we go in reverse order with like Trev, Andrea, Casey, Ruth, and then
the people who ain't talked.
Yeah.
Everybody except Sweeney. Sweeney go last, so don't go at all.
Anybody who got something insightful to say about what was just said can go first.
But this is the same one that's talking about Kevin Samuels, but he keep taking pot shots for entertainment value. Y'all notice that?
Just ignore it, Sweeney. Anybody want to go?
Just learn to just
Yeah,
No,
like
you can trigger too quick. You can trigger too quick.
You just seem like an angry person,
you
bro.
have feminine energy.
So I'll kick it
You
off.
the one who
So,
literally almost ruined the whole
Mr.
show with
Lego.
your stupid ass question. Like, calm
Mr.
down.
Lego, Mr.
Yes.
Lego, let it go.
My point is
So,
that to call somebody
Somebody's trying to talk, sir. Go ahead,
Listen,
Casey.
talking. So
Casey.
go ahead. Go ahead, Casey.
okay, so just talking about the video, I think she has a major point. I've literally known people personally who have seen other people's issues and traumas and like, oh no, I don't want to go date because of this and that. And I don't want to go date because they crazy out here. And I want to go date. And it's like, how are you calling people crazy out here and you haven't been on a date in like 5 years? You haven't had a boyfriend in 8 years. Like that's, you haven't, if you got invited to something where you had to require bringing someone, you have like, you keep yourself like in bubble wrap in the house, you know? And I think that whole mindset is very popular in 2024. A lot of people are, I'm in my bag. I'm not worried about a relationship, or, you know, I'm good all by myself. Like, I'm not trying to be dealing with these people out here. And, you know, guys are always crazy. People are really keeping themselves like shielded and guarded from experiencing life and actually like feeling, embracing emotion, falling in love, being happy, feeling joy, feeling it. Yes, you might feel some sadness, you might feel some anger, you might feel some rejection, but if you're not feeling and going through all the emotions of life, like, are you even really alive? Are you scared that you don't deserve love? Are you scared that, like she said, being your true self, men and women alike, you're not going to be accepted? So I think certain people feel like there's other things that they could be focused on outside of love. And I'm not just talking about marriage, I'm just talking about dating. Like just getting out, enjoying a person that you find attractive and that you enjoy their space and enjoy spending time with them. People are scared of that in 2024. And so, however, people can talk and embrace and encourage people to get outside of their comfort zone and not say I'm an introvert or I'm this and I'm that. No, you're really just hindering yourself and holding yourself back. So I think it's important to encourage those around you, like, get out there, make yourself available. And that if you just go to work and come home, no, God is not going to drop somebody at your doorstep. It's not going to happen like that. It's not. It's not. You have to make yourself available. You have to be outside, as they say. And no, I don't mean clubbing or partying, but you have to be available to even meet someone, whether it's a friend of a friend of a friend or a complete stranger. You have to make yourself available.
So this is what she was describing is called maladaptive social cognition. When you've been heavily traumatized by somebody, whether it's your parents or whatever, you start thinking that because if your household is crazy, if your household is abusive, if your household has hurt you, if your household has it has neglected you, your own household, the people that supposedly care about you the most, well, you're going to grow up thinking that people outside of your household is somewhat the same thing. And you have this maladaptive way of seeing friends. Say when your friends do you wrong or whatever, now you're going to think, oh, all women or all men are this and that. And then you find different ways to confirm what you already feel, because you get afraid of things. Now you like, I should be afraid of this, and being afraid keeps me safe. So instead of going outside your house and meeting people, that's unsafe. And the human body or the human brain is meant to just keep you safe. So a lot of women and men too, I think, men too, they just stay in the house because they're afraid of something happening, outside. They're afraid of getting in relationships. I always say this, y'all. I can't wait to get cheated on. I think getting cheated on is a positive thing because it tells me that you're a hoe early so I can get rid of you. Other people, some of y'all have said this, I think earlier tonight, when you're like, oh, I'm afraid of this, so I'm afraid of da-da-da, right? So the thing about it is running around being afraid of shit is going to cause you to be more afraid of more shit, because it's something that you're used to doing, and you're just going to perpetually do it, you know? So I'm not afraid of getting hurt. I'm not afraid of getting dumped or cheated on or whatever, because people are human. So I get with a woman, she does this, does that. I'm just going to get rid of her, and then I'm going to get back out here and live my life again, because I am not scared, and just running around being scared of humans is crazy, because yes, you can get robbed. Yes, you get beat up. Yes, you can get hurt. Who cares? That's a part of life. Pain and disappointment is a part of life. Let's go get disappointed, y'all.
Have you ever had a dream that you could?
God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter.
That wasn't even funny.
To Mr. Lego's point.
Thank you. To Mr. Lego's point. Thank you.
I appreciate you always bringing it back to your childhood, because we keep forgetting, like, if the dating pool has piss in it, is because our parenting pool or how we grew up had it as well. I was watching a Yala, and the guy had 43 kids with 17 baby moms, not married to none of them. Now his son is having 5 kids. He had 5 kids and 4 baby moms at the age of like 25. And the moms is talking about letting go of the rage on their son. You know, it was really effective to shine a light that, you know, how we are brought up and what we experience. We have fear all around us. We have trauma all around us. You know what I mean? You want to be a nice, pretty girl walking, smiling and everything. But when I'm in certain areas, I got to look real mean and watch for cars. And like, it depends on the environment. You turn into something else to shield yourself. You have the fear of getting hit by a car, even though people don't think that happens. It happens all the time, but because we're not paying attention. So, you know, once you're aware of how the world is, you know, you have that shield up. And the men have a lot of fear because, like Sweeney earlier, you just took 5 different opinions and you made it all y'all women think
all
this way. And
yep.
we found it degrading. That's why we were bucking up. Like, you can't just put us all in the one bucket. And men do this all the time. And that's why we missed the whole message. We could have really got what you said, but when you try to act like different opinions is all, you know, all women think like that. It's just like you took us and, you know, kind of lowered us a little bit. And so it's just difficult, like, to date if you've had fear. I know when I was dating, I just was like, if I don't treat this like a boxing match and not be willing to, you know, get knocked out and get back up again, knocked out and get back up again, I'll never make it to the finish line. And once I had that mentality, and that's what dating was, because people didn't owe you anything until y'all in a relationship. But if you keep thinking somebody you just dating, you just talking to owes you loyalty, he owes you this, he owes you that, then you're gonna think all men are trash because they're playing the game and you don't think it's a game. Women don't think it's a game. They just think they're gonna find their Prince Charming, and men is like trying to sleep with somebody tonight. And they're just in 2 different worlds. So we have that fear. When I came on, Mr. Lego, you said, because you're looking at it out of fear. I mean, sometimes that's you not being naive anymore. You know what I mean? A certain level of fear is healthy, but you cannot be so fearful that you never, that you don't come to conversations with genuine intent, right? And we all faking it out here. We all like, look at all the women. Look what they doing. Look at all the men. Look, you can look at the comments and see how they are. And it's just like, they never, in our mind, women like, the men will never get it. In men's mind, the women will never get it. How are we ever going to move forward if we keep acting like this? So we all have fear. You don't want to be vulnerable. You don't want to be transparent and everybody better than the other person, but we all in the same crabs in the barrel together.
And that's their actual fear. How they like put their fear out is in these comments. Oh, these women are trash. These women, that's their fear. So I agree. Because running around thinking everybody's trash is crazy.
Trev, you want?
No, I'll go ahead. So one thing that I don't think we really consider sometimes is a lot people want to do these things we're telling them to do, but they don't know how. It's almost like, let's say you got an accident in the car. I know y'all all know somebody who just got in one bad accident and then they don't drive no more, or they just won't get in a plane. And it's just certain things that they just won't do. And it's difficult to break them out of that. And most of us aren't really equipped to help them like that. It takes hella patience, consideration, and the willingness for you to even want to do that. Because that person is just really protecting themselves, like you were saying before, and they don't know any other way. Once you're out of the pool for so long, it's difficult to get back in. You don't get better at it by not being active. You get worse. You get more reserved. You're more introverted, right? And I understand that there are some people who sit there and will wear that as a badge of honor sometimes. Well, yeah, I'm introverted, like it's cool, right? And we don't even check that, right? We don't do anything about that. Like we could be their peers and then sometimes don't even try to do anything about it. I mean, I've had friends that that had difficulty with that. So it's just like, okay, how can we kind of warm them up to this? I might say like, yo, you know what? Let's just go like bowling or something. No pressure. We're just gonna go do something as a group or whatever. Just to kind of get them to be social again. Because some people just really do not go outside for nothing. For nothing. And I've even got some homegirls just to like give them some play. They ain't have to do nothing with them, but just like talk to them, smile at them, just let him get familiar with how, you know, a female can be when they're cooperative. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you, sometimes it works, right? You just have to try to get them out of that. You need a support system. And a lot of us don't take the time to do that, to try to help people when we notice this. We'll talk about it. We'll tell our other friends, damn, they messed up out here. But what are we going to do? What solutions are we actually providing for these people? Because they can't do it on their own. Us just telling them sometimes they can't do it on their own. What are we going to do to get out there and help them get out of that funk so they could be back in society like a normal person? Because a lot of times we talked about that trauma. You need help. When you've experienced that type of trauma and then you got away from it, it's almost impossible to get back in the game. I'll leave it different.
I was gonna say I had heard this. What's the acronym for fear? False evidence appearing real, right? So I think a lot of times when we experience something negative, it impacts us so much that we tend to feed ourselves that same information over and over and over again, right? And then that causes us to move differently, right? To move in fear, even though sometimes it could be an isolated incident, but because of how impactful it was on us, we want to avoid it. So we try to, we end up telling ourselves that it's going to happen again. But I remember a conversation I was having with my husband, and one of the things that he said that will, I guess, forever stick with me is the only way to understand and appreciate certain things, you have to have the opposite thing happen. So he was saying, in order for you to appreciate peace, you have to have experience with chaos to know what peace is. If you want to experience love, you're going to have to go through some things that may not necessarily be loving, that when you get it, now you can see and appreciate what it is. So I think looking at things from that perspective helps you understand that, okay, this is a lesson that I need to learn, or what's on the opposite side of this. So if I experience this part, what's on the opposite side of it? And then that can be your focus to start looking for that. So I think it's just like that, a different kind of mind shift that you have to have. And I guess kind of like Trev was saying, when people are hurt, how do you teach them to have that mind shift, And I think that's what a lot of people struggle with, is because if you don't have a system in which you can talk to somebody about it and they can give you advice like that, and you're on your own, that's a hard thing to do.
Hello, what is wrong?
Anybody else got anything on this?
Y'all sleepy or something?
Okay.
No, I think
they
now
y'all don't talk.
No, I think people was trying to be respectful of everybody. They just need
right. When did we do that?
That's what that silence was about. But how our fears can show up during dating. I think that you are doomed to repeat the lessons you don't learn from in life. So if you're afraid to learn those lessons, you're stuck at whatever level that is. So if you can't get past
like everybody said prior, getting hit in the mouth, or having a negative dating experience, and then learning from that, then you're gonna be stuck at that position and replaying that cycle over and over like Groundhog's Day. As Mistaken eloquently said, you know, you need to experience peace to understand, or chaos to understand peace, or sunshine to understand darkness and rain. And in doing so, you see the beauty of it. It may not be something you want every day, but a rainfall can make you feel decent when you're trying to go to sleep, or have another effect, or it just gives you that much more appreciation for the thing that you really value, because you see the contrast between the two. A lot of people are stuck in a paralysis of fear, and in order to get past that, they're gonna have to shed some of the conceptions they have, or the perspective they have in the way they view the world. It is unfortunate that I know someone will hear that and think, I don't care what you say, I know my life experience is real to me, or what I've heard I believe, and then they'll just cement themselves there. But it's not for me that you heal. It's not for me that you learn from the lesson. It's for you. You learn that lesson, and then you have the best possible life experience you can have. We again, back to the manipulation. You've got to skillfully navigate your life. Take the things that you feel you have no control over and figure out where you can find instruments and tools to find a measure of control over those things. And in doing so, then you'll be able to learn from your fears, or learn from your mishaps, or learn from your whatever negative thing has occurred, and then you'll grow through what you go through. That's all I got.
Well, if I was to answer this, I would, how our fears can show up in dating. I would say not doing the work. You know, when you don't do the work, you need to be able to position yourself to get into a relationship and have a successful relationship, or, you know, not being aware that there's work that needs to be done. So whenever you start dealing with someone else, these things don't come up and shock you like, damn, I knew I should have worked on this, or, you know, whatever. In fact, I would think that was probably one of the main reasons people would call in to Kevin Samuel's show. To be honest, I mean, if you wanted to, a lot of people called in to confirm, or, you know, get some professional evaluation on the most reasonable options. But first of all, I want to just say, you know, rest in peace to Kevin Samuels. I personally believe it's very sad to associate his name with dividing the Black community. I mean, I believe, given the time Kevin Samuels rose to fame, the community, or what was left of it, of the Black community, has already been dismantled to the point where it has no existence. I mean, Kevin Samuels' message was for those who was trying to find some improvement or get some better results. But many who saw it out there, you know, they wasn't aware that in some cases, depending on your personal situation, the improvements appear to be unreachable. And going after better results appeared to be unrealistic. And in response to that, Kevin wouldn't just blow you off and say, go buy a dog and die alone. He would first suggest that you compromise and reevaluate your preferences in order to gain something out of what you were looking for. So I get everybody saying it was he trying to divide the community, but we can't give one man that much credit and that much responsibility. I mean, the man was just trying to help people. You know, he took time out of his life to get men to level up and get women to come to the realization that things might not appear the way they seem to be. And I mean, I applaud him for it. You know what I'm saying? I thought his message was, I mean, there was some cases where he was very blunt, but if like Sweeney said, if you was watching the whole entire stream, you could see that he was very, very careful and meticulous about the things that he was saying and the audience he was speaking to. And only until you see the clips, you see him putting a dagger in. But I don't want to rant. I'm the moderator. I just wanted to give everybody their time to speak, and not, you know, I wanted to speak on that. But if anybody got anything else to say on this topic or anything that we spoke about, feel free. This is the main topic. Go ahead, Shan. You raising your hand?
Is it his birthday or something?
His birthday was a couple days ago.
Oh, okay. Oh, happy birthday. Okay, I get it now.
Or a day. Well, yeah, 12 o'clock, midnight.
I think it
Eastern
was,
time. Depending on what
yeah.
time zone you're on. It was a couple days or a day ago.
I did want to say
Okay, happy birthday then.
Oh, okay. So Kevin Samuels was a terrorist. That's my belief.
Yeah, it was Wednesday.
Very sad that you can't just understand that for some people, his message was very hateful. And I feel like it was a whistleblower to men who were feeling already insecure about certain things. So, I mean, I get that you feel like whatever, but yes, it's my belief that he was a terrorist.
So that sounds like a case of hit dog holler to me.
Secondly, don't get triggered. I'm just speaking my opinion. I think he was a terrorist. Secondly, I feel like when it comes to this, okay, let's talk about this video in particular. I'm just gonna talk about this video. So I feel like as Black people, we get really like, when people get excited and start like speaking louder and just kind of like saying things in a very assertive and like an aggressive tone, I think we just kind of like, I don't know what it is about that, but we just believe that whatever they're saying is true. Okay. I don't see what social anxiety has to do with a fear of dating. I think that to me, it just sounds like she was just kind of like throwing words out there. I mean, people suffer from social anxiety because they just have a natural, like, heightened sensitivity to loud situations and become overstimulated. I don't know what that has to do with dating, but I digress. Anyways, I think it's really interesting how we tend to feel like we are in some type of position to help somebody else, like our shit doesn't stink. I think that's interesting. So if a person feels like they want to live their life a particular way and they find love in what they're doing, it has anything to do with romantic love or just loving their community, loving their family, loving the people who are around them, like their friends, and they feel like they feel love from children or whatever, and that's fulfilling for them. I think we need to allow people to feel that way without making them feel like it's not normal, because right now dating is not a priority for them. I think that we need to take ourselves outside of other people's situation and recognize that some people's lifestyle does not require our approval. And I think for some reason, we have a hard time understanding that. I think when people live their lives a certain type of way, we feel like for some reason we have to help them, or like it's some type of like abnormality because they're living in a certain type of way, when we have vices of our own. Some people may not decide to sit in the house and be sit in the house and be introverted. They decide to go outside and overdrink, or they decide to have vices of using drugs or over sexualizing themselves. I think that everybody has their own way that they cope with certain situations and their own way of dealing with things. I think that there can be a such thing as a healthy fear. And I think that we need to stop judging other people's situation and just recognize that people have the right to live their life and their right to the pursuit of their happiness that doesn't require our approval.
Andrea, would you say it's fair that the men who identify with what Kevin Samuels was saying have the also right to live in their truth and not bend to anyone else's standards?
I mean, you can say whatever you want to say. I mean, I'm not arguing that. I just think that his message was terroristic and very hateful towards women.
Do you think there's a opposite message? Like, do you think that anybody could say the same thing about women spewing rhetoric in what you view the same fashion?
I don't know a person in particular that you may be referring to, but specifically referring to this individual, Kevin Samuels, I believe that his message was very hateful and terrible.
So, Andrea, you believe that men were drafted by God and y'all were actually God's perfection, right?
I couldn't hear the beginning of what you said.
I said you believe that. Do you believe that men were the rough draft? God created man and women. You said that women were the final project or the final copy.
I'm sorry. Are you asking me what my beliefs is? Do I believe God created men and women? Yes, I
You
believe
had,
God.
you had made the statement he talking about before when you said that men were the rough draft and women were the finished copy, that he perfected the formula with women. That's what he's talking about.
Okay, what does that have to do with? I'm trying to figure out the correlation.
I asked, is that what you believe? You can answer yes or no.
I'm going to try to figure out what you're getting to before I decide to answer, because I don't see how.
I mean, I don't get what you need to, but that's neither the point. You know, well, don't you think that is terroristic and divisive
So
to say that men were the rough draft and women were the final copy? Don't you think that's dangerous language and very misandrous towards men and hateful?
Actually, no. I think that is completely different than someone saying something like you shouldn't believe your child when they say they've been essayed by your husband. I think that's two very different type of situations and scenarios, and I think that they are completely different.
Well, you also said when Cardi B talked about how she used to drug and rob men and have them raped by transgender men, you said that's a part of the culture. Don't you think that's terroristic?
I've never said anything about transgenders. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I said
Excuse me,
you said that's part of the culture.
I'm not done. In terms of speaking about specific, excuse me, I'm actually not finished.
Here. Hey,
because I actually can't if you're over talking me.
Dharma,
So,
can you get her in check real quick?
over talking me while I'm answering.
One mic, please. One mic.
Because I think it's being disingenuous for you to accuse him. I think it's being disingenuous because
right. Well, are you gonna let me finish answering the question or not?
I think it's my time to talk because
you asked me a question.
Well, you didn't want to answer it, so I just
was answering. You started over talking me because
I don't need you to answer it anymore.
Yeah, actually, you do because you asked me.
No, I don't.
You actually do.
Hey. Bruiser, can
one
you
mic, y'all. Let's one mic, just one mic at a time. Let's go.
All right. So
yeah, Sweeney's question. I don't know what you're referring to. I've never discussed transgenders and raping and you know, taking people without their consent. I've never discussed that. I'm not sure what you're talking about. But in reference to a specific lifestyle where certain things happen within that lifestyle and in that line of work, I said that it happens often. I've never said that it was okay, but I have acknowledged the fact that it does actually happen within that line of work. So I'm not sure why you're trying to conflate the two. I need for you to stop trying to prove this point of yours by turning my words into something that I've never said or just
actually on that show. This is why I said I don't need you to respond, because actually on that show we were talking about it in the nature of how men were being harmed.
Please.
And we brought up and one of the ladies on the panel brought up Cardi B regarding how harmful she was towards men, and you dismissed it by saying, "Oh, that's just a part of the culture." So I would assume that would be just as damaging as what you are accusing Kevin Samuels of. And I mean, you can put your hand up in front of the camera all you want put your hand up in front of the camera and not listen all you want.
I like to see receipts, sir.
This is more so for the audience to recognize that here's the pot trying to call the kettle black, or somebody projecting when they want to accuse somebody of the very thing that they're actually doing. Because every time she has been in this space, she has never spoken positive about men. She has never had a positive thing to say about men, and yet she gets on this platform and accuses somebody else of being a terrorist. So
that
with
doesn't
that said, I'm not done.
Actually, you paused, so you were.
I'm not done.
So
I'm not done.
You're upset about me
I'm
saying
not done. I'm not done. Let me go ahead and answer the question though for the actual show though. Just wanted to address that. Do we think that
you're delusional?
Okay, come on now. Let's let him answer the question.
Do you think that there's a that our fears are sometimes confirmed by our dating experiences?
Yeah.
And do you think it's fair that it is okay for people to express those fears when we're talking about our dating experiences? So, and I want to kind of get on what Trev was talking about, because when we talk about this, it's hard to come up with solutions to a lot of these problems when nobody's willing to accept or confirm that there's actually a problem. And I've seen this on both sides. We hear people all day asking us for solutions. Well, what's the solution to this problem? Well, first we have to admit that there's a problem, because anytime somebody has a grievance or somebody brings up a problem, it's always not all. It wasn't me. You can't tell that about, you can't say that about everybody. That's just your situation. And I'm not talking about y'all specifically on the panel, but this is what we've heard on these panels for damn near the last 3 years, is that nobody is ever willing to accept, yes, there is actually a problem. So how do we fix it? Because you can't fix a problem that somebody's willing to admit is there.
So I didn't want to interrupt you while you and Andrea were going back and forth, but I wanted to simply, Andrea addressed the video, and I hope she comes back, but she addressed the video.
She's back.
The lady, okay, Andrea, I think the lady in the video was only directing her message towards women and men who want relationship, not telling and projecting that people need relationship. I think her audience was full of people who have desired relationship, and to Sweeney's point, bringing up why can't they find a mate, this and this and that. And so her solution, and I didn't see the whole video, I'm just gathering from using my critical thinking skills, is, hey, if you want to find love, you got to get outside, you got to make yourself available, you can't sit in the house, I don't think that message was for people who are not on that path and who don't desire love.
Okay, is it okay if I respond, or is this like a restriction? Because
okay, she spoke directly to you.
Okay, so let me say this. First of all, Sweeney, I think it's really disgusting how you are trying to bring up things that I've said in previous shows and previous topics and try to twist my words to try to fit your own narrative because you're upset that I'm standing on my opinion about Kevin Samuels to me being a terrorist. I think that you are disgusting as a human being, and I feel like I don't even want to continue to engage.
Whoa.
Because, no, it's not whoa. This is my feelings, and this is how I feel. He just tried to tell me that I said it was okay for people to be assaulted.
You said
Are you kidding me?
And you
Excuse me, I wasn't finished talking. Excuse me. Could you learn how to have some decorum, sir? Please.
Well, I thought you were going to answer her.
Actually, I wasn't done. Actually,
of course, me, Dan. I don't think. Of course.
Actually, sir.
Let her finish, sweetie, and then respond.
Okay, yeah, like I was saying, for you to sit up here and make it seem like I said it was okay for anyone to be taken advantage of and overpowered and assaulted in a certain type of a way unconsensually, I think for you to say something like that is very disgusting. And that's what I'm talking about. And that's what I'm referring to. The lens people will go who subscribe to Kevin Samuels. The lens people will go to try to villainize a woman because they have an opinion and they're standing on it. I'm very disgusted with you tonight. And I actually have nothing else to say to you. I'm done talking to you for tonight. Anyways, excuse me, sir. I'm actually not finished.
I actually get
reclaiming my time.
Reclaiming
my time.
So
reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time.
One mic, let him.
Reclaiming my time.
No, I didn't say this.
Reclaiming my time.
You said you were done. So
reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time.
For the audience.
Cassie, no, reclaiming my time.
For the audience.
Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time. Cassie, reclaiming my time, sir. Reclaiming my time. So what Cassie was saying.
You could do so. You want him to do you so much you could do anything.
Okay, like I was saying, Cassie, to your point,
stupid.
I feel like
that's stupid. Use your common sense.
Okay, we're not quoting R. Kelly here. Are you kidding me?
Just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter.
So the fact that you're using R. Kelly to try to like invalidate what I'm saying, quite disgusting. I don't listen to R. Kelly. Sorry.
Oh my gosh, who raised you?
Excuse me. As I was saying, to Cassie's point, I feel like when
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
All right, gotta go, guys. It's 1 o'clock. I actually have something to do in the morning. So you guys have fun. Bye.
Okay, can I say what I'm saying?
Who's hitting those buttons?
She is backstage.
I had something to say to Sweeney. If you're done, are you done, Sweeney?
Go ahead. 'Cause- well, let me just clarify one thing real quick.
Sweeney,
I just want to clarify this one thing. I never said she said that it was okay. I said she was dismissive of their experiences. That's two totally different statements. Which in that conversation she was, because somebody brought up how bad Cardi B was, and she was like, "Well, I mean, that's just a part of the culture. It is what it is."
Okay.
So
Right.
what I would say is the one solution is for us to have compassion for one another. I had to personally learn how to have compassion for men, and I feel like the men are not having compassion for the women as much. I know the women definitely not there yet, but men as leaders, y'all need to have a little more compassion for the women. Sweetie, you said that women just want the money, right? But women already they are naturally want provision from a man, right? So if you look at it, it's the same problem, but if you look at it from a different lens, it's not that she's trying to take your money, she's trying to protect the child. And the system is set up so that that's the way she has to go about it. So maybe it's just that the women don't have money, they need the men, they trying to get the money without the man, and that's the issue. But if you have a little compassion, be like, dang, you scrambling like that, you got to get it any kind of way you can. If you see it in that way, you have compassion, maybe you will talk to her in a different kind of way and have a little bit more understanding, and then we can move forward with that. Because as soon as you try to go do something for your child, there they go talk about, well, you need to sue for custody, you need to do, that's all set up. We all playing a game that's already set out for us. I'm not making excuses for the women, but that's really what it got to be. Men are going to look out for themselves, and women are going to look out for themselves and kids. So that's really what I'm seeing here. It's like the system is set up a certain kind of way, so that's what's making that's why they kicked the man out when the welfare system came about. It's the same thing happening again.
To be fair, Ruth, I don't actually believe what I said. I was just making a point about, I didn't actually believe that that's how women treat us and everything. I was just making a point of how when he said, when he was talking about the color purpling of black men and stuff, that's exactly how that sounds when a man would get up there and say those things is egregious about black women, and how we will all respond like, wait a minute, that's not true for all people. And I think, and that's the only point I was trying to prove. So I didn't actually believe those things I said.
I haven't seen men come up and stand up for women. I never see that. Maybe I'm just looking in the wrong place.
Well, they do. Marcus does all the time.
They do.
Hell, should I do? Let go call women.
Yeah,
he does. He does
I
sometimes.
would go to say that all 4 men on this panel right now speak up for women all the time. I've been coming on the network for over a year now, and I've been personally myself on panels and had people speak up for me, agree with me. Like no.
I think I'm speaking more to the guys in the comments. They'll take
Then
they
you can't read those.
Yeah.
I don't be following that.
You know how the chat is, man. Like I seen some of the most egregious shit said in the chat. And that ain't just me. That is God me.
There's no accountability in the chat, so sometimes you're gonna see some off the wall stuff. There's definitely some gems in there. A lot of people really take it seriously, but sometimes you're gonna get some trolling. There's no accountability. You don't even have to put your real name. So,
but Ruth, we're supposed to. I'm sorry, Trev. Ruth, we're supposed to work together. Like, we're not supposed to be on different sides. Like, we're not supposed to be men against women. We're not. You said, and I don't want to misquote you, but you said like men are gonna ride for men and women ride for women. Like that's we're supposed to have our best interest at heart. And in a relationship, you're essentially supposed to be putting the other person first, right? I hope she comes back, but you're supposed to be putting the other person first, and that person putting you first. And that way, both your backs are covered. You're both taken care of. We can't be on this my side, you on your side, but then, hey, take care of me, but I don't really rock with you like that. Like that's confusing. And as a community, we have to have each other's back, and we have to realize that we're on the same team, y'all. We're on the same team. We're on the same team within our families. We're on the same team within relationships, because we all have a collective idea and a goal at hand is getting to the end of life, right? Successfully celebrating life, having some fun along the way, working hard and enjoying each other. There's going to be valleys, there's going to be hard times, but you can't be like, oh, men are on that side and women are over here, and we got to ride for the women and the men go ride for them, so we don't trust them and they don't trust us. Like, we're not going to get anywhere with that mentality.
Sweeney,
Can I
do
ask
you?
one question? Do y'all know? And she's not here for me to ask, and I feel that it's appropriate that I would have been able to ask because she asked me something personal. How old is Andre? What's her name? Andrea.
She's 30 something. I know it. She's in her
She's
30s.
30 something. Oh, okay.
Can I say something? Because I do believe who's not married here. Okay, so we have one, because I like how people who are married are asking about dating right now. No.
I don't know.
So answering the question. So in reality, nowadays, I don't know how long you guys have been married. The real fear is the shenanigans that are taking place in the dating scene. If you really, let's just be honest about it, okay? Men want sex, women want you to pay for the sex through whatever. Nobody's genuinely going to the table wanting the same thing. There's not honest communication, no transparency. So people are not in the house because they fear dating. They're just tired of the shenanigans. It's like, for what? What are we doing this for? I got to get dressed to come down with the same talk. Like, who has time for that? When it ends, it's the same way. People are out here just playing each other. And at the end of the day, nobody wants to be in a 10-year relationship with you and there's no ring. You have a higher chance of being a baby mama than a wife.
Damn. To your point, so I totally understand. Okay, most of us are married, but at the end of the day, like I've been married 11 years, right? My brother's getting married next week. Like
11 years.
I made 11 years January 5th.
I was at the wedding. That wasn't no 11 years ago.
So let me.
You were in my wedding, fool. But no, let me finish my point. So, I really like. I feel like I'm out here. Like, all my friends are not married. Like, I have a lot of friends that are not married, and I have a lot of family that is not married, that's dating, and I have conversations, and I'm close to the chest with supporting my friends, not thinking that I'm a know-it-all or be-all of everything relationship, but I hear the conversations, but I also see the success. I see the success of 20 to 35 to 40 somethings. Like, I see the successes around me. I mean, my sister-in-law is about to be 40. She's been in 3 weddings of 38 to like 44 age group weddings within like the past 3 years. Like, it's happening, y'all. So yes, I know that it is hard out here. I hear how hard it is. I'm not gonna say I know exactly how dating is, but I will say that people are still getting married. And I had another friend, a girl just met me. She was like, "You was at a bachelorette party? People still get married? Like, for real?" It's like, yeah, like people are still finding love. And so I feel like if you want to do that, you just have to maybe like change up. I tell people you have to change up your environment. I mean, change up your city, change up your career, whatever you got to do. There are still people finding love if that's something that you want. If it's something you don't want or you're too busy for it, then that's something else.
So I do think that location makes a difference. I live in Atlanta, so obviously you're not gonna have the same issues in Atlanta that you would have in Alabama, or if you have somewhere else, a smaller town. So just to put things in perspective, right? But the numbers don't lie. There are more women, there are more people who are not married than there are who are married, or it's right there neck and neck. So we can't compete. We can't, the numbers don't lie. So with that being said, that's such a for her making your friend making that comment, or whoever made that comment and said, people are still getting married. That's just how crazy it is right now. And you're right. Your brother's getting married. He found the one. I think people get married all the time too. But in comparison to how many people are not getting married, it's like, and they're just going out on these dates. People are serial daters nowadays. It's crazy. It's like simple to the point where I'm thinking, how does a man have money for this? Like, do you have to put that expense to the side and be like, okay, like, how are you doing this and why? That's not even a good investment to me. Like, what are we doing here?
They like it. They like paying for box.
No, I would argue.
It is crazy to me. And so it would be just nice to be able to get to a point where we're all on the same page. We're not trying to get over on the other one. It's like we're going in with good intent. Those who don't want to be married, you say that in the beginning to each other, and those people date. The problem is when people who don't want to be married start messing with people who do want to be married, wasting time.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
In their mouth, you're
That's
manipulating,
exactly what I was about to say.
and you're putting a bad taste in this person's mouth. And now it's like they feel like all men ain't, and they just come.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
Don't want it. So we can just have conversation, be transparent about our intent, and make sure we find somebody who is on the same wavelength as us. I think we'll be fine.
I think
it is a hot topic, and I'm sorry, Sonia, I'll just say this. I think it is a hot topic, even in the YouTube space, of people not even wanting marriage in today's time. I see that from men and women, and I know it's been talked about on different shows on Lapeef and different shows just in 2024 that marriage is not even a goal. It's not something that is on people's timeline. They're not thinking about it. They're not worried about it, as well as, family or anything else. So with that caveat has, okay, people aren't getting married, but they're not getting married because they're not prioritizing marriage.
Or is it fear? They might be afraid that they'll never get married as well. So they're just putting up a front.
I think what is going on is that, to what Shane is talking about, is that nobody's approaching it in good faith. In fact, earlier in the show, we talked about how it's okay to be manipulative in these situations because everybody's trying to get over on somebody. So when you create that type of environment in the single world,
all of us was saying the same thing about manipulation, though.
Right. I think
I'm just saying specifically when it was talking about it's okay to be manipulative in the dating market. It's like that.
So we made for the delineation, we made a clear distinction between when we refer to positive manipulation, we're akin talking to motivation, right? It's akin to motivation.
Thank you.
But when you do that, like I said, a lot of people aren't approaching it in good faith. That's why you don't see. And to Shannon's point, I don't even think men, like she was like, how do men afford it? They're completely opting out. They're saying fuck dating altogether, which is the reason why you've seen an uptick in a lot of women popping up on TikTok asking, why aren't the men approaching us? Where did the men go? Because they literally see what's going on and they're saying, well, I'd rather not. And then you see a lot of women saying, I'd rather be single. So we are seeing a chasm where it's not even dating anymore. A lot of them just sitting at the crib. And I think it's a confirmation of their trauma. I think to Mr. Lego's point about fears, I think they had to say, I mean, not to say that their experiences don't matter and anything like that. Their fears do count, but that's what's controlling the way that they see the world. And then if you got a bunch of people with fears in the world, they're just confirming your fears at the same time as you confirming theirs.
I have a question for Sweeney and Andrea. Can both of y'all explain where your ideology, if was able to fully be implemented across platforms, what would be the ideal scenario? Like, so what would be the end result if you were able to, like, say you was president or queen for a day and you was able to say, I'm forcing everybody to have this ideology. What would be the end? Like, what would it be like? Everyone's married, everyone's single, everyone has families, everyone doesn't have families, like in majority.
What ideology are you specifically speaking to?
So you took the stance up to defend more so the man's specific ideology, right? So the things that kind of permeate through the manosphere. Would that be a fair assessment?
No.
Okay. Okay.
It sounds like you trying to start some shit.
No. I'm actually trying to bring them together because I'm hoping that they ideologies both end in people positively being together. So if they said that, then maybe we could figure out where the in between was from there.
Well, I don't think that my ideology is far leaning on any side. I think it's actually fairly neutral. I understand the situations that everybody goes through. I personally believe that you get the results that you put out there in life. You are a reflection of who you attract. And if it were my way, I just hope that everybody understands the assignment. Whatever, you know what I mean, whatever you put out there is what you get. If you want relationships, if you want marriage, go out there and get it. Put your best foot forward, come out there in good faith and go after it. If that's not what you want, fair. I just don't want to see at the end of the road the regret. I want everybody to die empty. I want you to die. No, my bad. Die. What is it? Full or empty? I can't remember what the term is. Where you
You
feel
don't
like
want to die empty. You want them to be full.
yeah,
He mean he want them to give everything they have, so they leave it all
That's
out on
cool.
the field.
I want you to
Well,
give everything you
Oh, but I
have.
see how it could be empty too. Okay,
Yeah.
we got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want you to give everything that you have in life to get the best results that you can and be happy with the results, with the choices that you made in life. No regrets. Whether that's on Andrea's side of the fence, where she doesn't necessarily, where I think she said that she does want to get married or she will one day, but she doesn't necessarily believe in it. She speaks to people not necessarily wanting to have to get married. And I'm all for that. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. I just want you to die. I just want you to be okay with the decisions that you make.
Die alone. Go ahead, Andrea, and then we're going to do the chats and get up out of her.
So I feel like if I could have an ideology for the world to adopt, it would be to accept people and love people for who they are and not trying to change them into what we think they should be. I think that it wouldn't be any stipulation on how people choose to love or whom they choose to love. I think that we should just all mind our own business and allow people to live their life the way that they choose to live their life, and to still give them respect and to still give them love without feeling like something that they're doing needs us to be like approving of it. Like, I think we should just allow people to be themselves and to love them for who they are. And I think that we should love people for their differences and stop trying to force people into a box and stop trying to force people into this cookie cutter thing that we've been taught traditionally to believe. I think that we should just mind our business and allow people to live their lives the way they see fit.
So, are you married, Andrea?
No, I'm not.
So, you probably suffering from the case of what you think your own ideology should be.
No, I'm not married because I said I'm not ready to be married. I've been proposed to almost 4 times. I've been proposed to last year. I don't want to be married right now. I want to live my life to the fullest without tethering myself to someone before I'm ready.
Wow, y'all both agreed. You want to live your life to the fullest, and Sweeney want people to live their life to
No,
the fullest.
Sweeney
Look
is a
at that
destructive,
progress.
divisive, demonic person.
Come on, Andrea, that's unnecessary.
No, because that
We
was
trying
wrong
to
for
find
him
a
to
common
accuse me
ground.
of something like that. No, that was wrong for him to accuse me of something like that.
I didn't accuse.
What happened to accepting him for who he is?
No, I would never accuse someone of being okay with taking someone unconsensually. I would never do that. For him to put that on me, that was really, I can't vibe with that.
He cleared it up. He said he didn't put it on you. He was saying in that conversation, I think that you were dismissive of it was the word. So I think that was it might have come off the wrong way earlier. So y'all be in the back chat talking all the time. Y'all figure out ways to work through this. Y'all had this ongoing relationship where it gets good and then it has ups and downs. But I think that we could build off of y'all both wanting to see people live their life to their fullest potential. And what I take from you, Andrea, that you want to see people respect it no matter what their lifestyle is, right? And part of seeing other people respect it is one, modeling it and giving the respect that you would like to receive. And I think Sweeney could agree on that as well, right?
Well, Andrea, you said you wasn't raised to be a wife. Well, what were you raised to be?
I never said I wasn't raised to be a wife. What are you talking about?
You did.
Am I the only one who heard
When
that?
did I say that?
I asked you why you wasn't married, and you said something.
I said I wasn't married because I said no. I'm not married because I don't feel that I'm ready to be married. That's not what I said. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You need to stop doing drugs.
Right before that, you said you wasn't raised to be a wife.
That's not
At
what I
least
said.
that's
I don't know what
heard.
type of stuff y'all snorting, but I never said that.
I don't snort.
Okay, so isn't that sort of the kind of talk you don't like? Saying we snort and stuff.
I mean, because why are y'all throwing? It's like, it's crazy that y'all keep throwing stuff on me that I did not say.
We got a replay.
If you replay this, maybe you didn't say it, but a few of us heard the same thing. So it sounded very similar
Well, I
to
would say she
what
didn't.
it
She
sounded like
probably
you
didn't mean
said.
it, but she damn well said
I
it.
did not say I was not raised. I said that we should not succumb to traditional lifestyles that we were taught. I've never said that I wasn't raised in anything. I didn't talk about my upbringing.
Maybe she said she wasn't ready to be married, but it sounded like raised.
Yeah, she said she wasn't ready to be married.
But she said that after it sounded like she said
No,
raised.
that was right afterwards. It sounded like she said I wasn't ready, but she said I wasn't ready to be. She did say ready.
Okay,
Something
I
y'all agree
apologize,
on
but
again. I heard the same thing you heard, Bruiser.
yeah, but nobody's still snorting nothing over here.
And see, I mean, for me, y'all see, I just say what I need to say, but I just think it brings us back to the beginning of what we're saying about being tactful, tone and delivery, and things like that for people to understand what you're saying. And Andrea, you do come across as disrespectful in your tone and delivery. And I know you don't think that, anybody has to change or what have you. And that's, I respect, your thought process and how you go about living your life. But it was hard for me. And I'm not even saying that I agree with stuff that Sweeney was saying, because he got out of line too between him and Mr. Let Go with the cussing and stuff. But being in a situation of just hearing in that moment the disrespectfulness, and now I understand what other people are saying in regards to, and I won't just say Black women, because I've seen other women, get out of line too in the way that they talk. But I'm speaking to us because this is who's here, is reinforcing, given that energy to reinforce the narrative that is already out there about us. And I can't lie, it made me uncomfortable. It really did. It made me uncomfortable hearing that. Yeah, that's it. I just wanted to get that off. I mean, I know you could feel however you feel, but just for me being in that space in that moment, especially how we were talking earlier, and I'm sitting here like, which is true, as most women don't speak like that. You have it was 4 of us up there and up here, and that was one incident, right? And I think that's truly reflective of what really happens in a world today. We're getting a stigma tied to saying, oh, Black women act like, where I don't think that that's everybody's day-to-day experience. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I just wanted to mention that. You could take it or leave it, but.
Okay, I got a question for you. Did I disrespect you?
Indirectly, I would say, because it made me uncomfortable. You didn't say anything to me directly, but that's just like how, like, being on a train and hearing somebody, I got my child with me, and hearing somebody else cussing and, just being disrespectful, and I'm in that presence of that. So
Yeah, to me and Mr. Let Go, that's how me and him banter. Like, we always play. Like, he don't take me serious, I don't take him serious. So, you know what I mean? We do.
That was a woman holding another woman accountable.
Yeah. For her,
I couldn't hear her. I'm sorry. I don't know what she said. I went out.
no, I had said that's just like being in a space like, I'm from New York, like you sitting on a train, you have your kid with you, and you have people next to you that are like fussing and cussing. It's not that they're doing it to you directly, but you're getting a stray bullet, so to speak, of the disrespect that's going on. And it makes other people in the space very uncomfortable.
Okay. So I would say to you, I don't think I feel like you're perceiving it a certain way because you're on a receiving end of something where I feel like you're slightly biased. I feel like you kind of like, to me, you're just very biased when it comes to certain conversations. But for me to be accused of something like advocating for someone to be taken unconsensually, I'm very offended by that. And so the way that I responded was in a very defensive and angry kind of a way, because I would never stand for something like that. So, I mean, I can receive what you're saying, but I'm also taking it a certain kind of a way where if I didn't disrespect you, I'm not really sure what your like. I think that you should just kind of like, I mean, I don't know.
Piss off.
You accuse everybody of snorting, so I feel the same way.
Okay, so then you feel away.
Next topic.
Well, if anybody
No
else
more.
got anything else to say it for Hold Your Peace. We're gonna go ahead and do these super chats and get y'all up out of here.
Yeah, I actually do have something to say.
Ooh.
Because I feel like the thing is, and the reason why I come with certain type of aggression when we have certain topics is because I feel like a lot of times you guys tend to talk about situations like you're in a position to judge somebody else, and I don't like that. I feel like when we talk about dating, when we talk about relationships, when we talk about women and the relationship that they have between men, I feel like you guys come from a very judgmental place where you feel like your opinion is the only opinion that matters. And when somebody else says something different from what you guys believe, you guys take a certain type of a condescending way against them. Like, because I feel away, like we've talked about Kevin Samuel several times tonight, and I'm standing on how I feel about it. But because I'm standing on how I feel, it's continuously being brought up in a way where I feel like I have to continuously say, this is how I feel about it. I shouldn't have to feel guilty, or I shouldn't have to feel bad about my feelings. And this whole, like, there was even like a monologue that someone was talking about, you know, bringing up God or something, like it's something wrong with me having my opinion about it. And if people were offended by me saying, what kind of stuff are you snorting? Like, I feel like if it wasn't directed to you, then I feel like you shouldn't be sitting here having an issue with it. I was accused of
said, "Are you
saying
smoking something?" So that was directed towards
Don't
me.
treat me like how y'all treat the men, please. I ain't one of the men, okay? Please.
Girl, you look, sweetheart, please. If it's not directed,
everybody.
listen,
if you want to say sorry,
listen,
say sorry.
at the end of the day,
you're
if
not
it's not for you,
if it's not for you,
it's not for you, love.
I'm not.
If it's not
You
for you,
said it
it's
to
not for
everybody
you.
on the panel.
If it's not for you, it's not for you, sweetie.
You can woman up and
Okay.
say, you know what? I should
It's-
never
it's-
said that to everybody.
It's
But you're not
I
gonna do
would
that.
say that, but I feel like you're just jumping in to jump in. Like I feel like you're just jumping in to jump in. I do. I feel like you're just jumping in to say something. You didn't.
You said nobody else got offended. Taken. I said I got offended as well.
Okay, but you didn't jump.
You that matters.
When the question was asked,
maybe
when the question was asked,
you
if I said I wasn't raised, when the question was asked if I was raised to be a wife or if I said that or not, you didn't come off mute. There was two other people who said that I said that I was not raised to be a wife, and I said that was not true. I didn't say that. So for me, I'm already feeling offended that people are putting words in my mouth that I've never said. You didn't come off mute to say that. So I don't know why you feel like I'm directing that to you or why I was directing that to you, but you didn't say anything. So I don't know where all of this like I'm inserting yourself thing is coming from, because you weren't even in the conversation.
I said that I also thought that I heard you say the same thing, but I did say maybe she said. So I left room open for the fact that you didn't say that. But I think because you already stated that you feel that I have some kind of bias against, I don't even know you. So no, I don't have a bias. I can only go by what I've seen just now. If anything, I think if should have a bias or be offended, I would say you came out the gate to me asking me about threesomes and my husband and did he like I should have been offended, but I wasn't. I was still open to the conversation. I answered your question and I moved on. So in terms of and is that offensive? Yes, it is. It is.
And I was clapping for you when you was talking about all the Bible characters. I was clapping for you, and nobody's hating on you. I'm just saying, when you say something offensive, don't expect everybody to back down. It's like I have my opinion as much as you have your opinion. So whenever I want to insert myself on a panel that I was asked to be on, I will.
Okay. So to Ms. Stegan's point, the reason why I made the comment where I asked you a question is because you put your relationship into the topic we were talking about, and you personalized it and said what your actual experience was within your marriage, where there were female friends that are around and you don't really necessarily have. It's okay. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but when you put your relationship into the conversation and I ask a question based on something that you've inserted into the conversation, I feel like it's disingenuous for you to make it seem like I just out of nowhere asked you about your husband and the relationship that you guys have and the topics
What
you
did
had.
the sex
You
have
put that
to
out
do with
there.
the context? That's what I'm saying. You're right. I put my relationship in the context of the conversation about having female friends or having friends of the opposite sex. That had nothing to do with our sex life. So you inserted that question out of context of where the conversation was going and created something different. That's all.
Oh, okay. So
do you understand that?
I feel like this.
Just take a pause. No, honestly, just take a pause and just acknowledge whether or not you understand the viewpoint that I'm coming from. That's all.
I think that if you feel that way, I'm not saying your feelings are invalid, but what I am saying is that when you put your relationship on display and we're talking about a certain topic, and then I start to ask questions about something you've already put into the plate, I don't think that I should be villainized because I asked.
Well, Sweeney did the same thing, and you got upset with him. He brought something that you had put out and commented on that.
No.
And then you understand. I think that the thing is that, and I think this is a human thing, that sometimes we see things from our perspective and we don't like it when other people do it, but we don't recognize when we do it ourselves. And that's a lot of what has been going on. Like, you're saying stuff to other people come back and they say it, and then you get offended because they're behaving the same way that you are.
Okay, so what I have to say to that is I'm not really sure why you're offended that I asked you certain questions after you put your relationship on display. I mean, I hate that you feel like I disrespected you by asking those questions, so that I can receive. It wasn't no way, shape, or form to be disrespectful. I just felt like you put your own personalized experience into the equation, and I started to ask you questions based on the things that you were saying. So my offense is coming from the fact that for me, it is a very strong accusation to say that someone is okay with someone being taken unconsensually. That is a very strong accusation to make to someone. So that is why I'm angry and upset and very defensive right now, because I feel like to some extent for people to kind of be caping for Sweeney after that, I'm feeling like I'm looking at you in a biased way, because I could never stand by someone who could put something out there like that about somebody. That's just not something I could ever be a part of.
Well, isn't that the same thing that you're accusing everybody else of? Because
no, I've never accused anybody of advocating for some type of assault.
Well, I said, you're telling me that because when you said that I didn't say that I wasn't raised to be a wife, that's what you were upset about. I never said that you okayed it. I said you were dismissive, which in that show you were.
You said that I said I was okay with people being taken by trans people and unconsensually taken advantage of. I would never say anything is okay like that.
Roll it back like I rolled it back to confirm what you said on that show. You were dismissive. I never told you can roll it back on this show.
BS,
I never said that you said anything about being okay with anything. I said you were dismissive of it.
You at the question that you asked, and this is the thing, and I feel like this is all stemming from my views of Kevin Samuels, because we've been going into this like this circle about it. Every time that I say my opinion, then people have to kind of jump on this bandwagon of, oh, he was just this saint. No, to some people he wasn't, and I think that you guys need to accept that. But for you to kind of cape for me and my opinion on him, and then turn around and ask a question like, is it terroristic for me to have views about men being drugged and taken advantage of by trans people, and that I kind of had some type of a okayness, or I advocated for that, or I was okay with something like that? I think that's a very strong accusation, and because of that, I am deeply offended. So I can apologize if after which I'm lashing out at people, because now I feel on the defense and I feel very attacked by somebody saying something like that. It's okay for us. No, it's okay. It should be okay for us to disagree without throwing those type of accusations on people.
I think you shouldn't call somebody a terrorist and then
that's my personal opinion. That's my opinion.
But when we have an opinion about you, it should be fair.
You have an opinion on me based on something false that you said. I would never, for the record, I would never be okay with somebody being taken advantage of in an unconsensual manner. I would never be okay with something like that.
Well,
So for you to say something like that, that's disgusting to me.
Considering the fact that you were dismissive of
That's
that,
gross, bro.
I would assume that you were dismissive. That's what you did. You dismissed it. And with that being said, the only reason why I brought it up was because you were accusing him of being a terrorist and accusing him of being divisive. But if you roll back any tape on this show, you have been extremely divisive. You have been extremely misandrous.
At the end of the day, what my opinion is when it comes to topics and dating and relationships is very different from you saying that I somehow said it was okay or stood by and said nothing when it comes to people being assaulted in an unconsensual manner. Are you kidding me?
Can you please quote me correctly? I said you were dismissive.
You said that you said no, that wasn't your words in the beginning. You asked the question. No, the question that you posed the question that you posed.
Hold on. I think Ruth got something to say.
I wanted to say that, Andrea, I appreciate your maturity and apologizing for offending anybody and everybody. And Sweeney, I think she just wanted an apology for you misconstruing her because, that's all she wants. And if the men can just start like taking the L and just say, you know what, let me just say sorry real quick. Maybe we can do a little bit more. So I just want to tell you I appreciate that, Andrea.
So you want the men to take the L?
No, she already. Andrea already said sorry. She apologized already. It's a mistaken.
She apologized to y'all, but the thing is that I didn't misconstrue. I was very clear on what I said.
You can apologize for miscommunicating, like taking it the wrong way or something. You don't have to say that's what I said. I didn't say lie about what you said. But
you say I'm sorry you took it that way, but that's not what I meant.
Right, something.
That's
I think what they want you to do, Sweeney, is I think they want you to bow out just for the sake.
No. Let me say this. I'm gonna just.
If you offend somebody, it is your responsibility to apologize for the offense. So I have to give her credit. She apologized for the defense. So she's leading by example in that regard. You know what I'm saying?
And have compassion.
That's it.
It's a good moment.
It's not. Let me just say this.
Everybody being against you, Samuels, I did speak out and said we don't need to try to convince each other to have the same opinion of him. After you disagreed, I did come right behind you. I said, I agree with Kevin Samuels, but we don't. That's the beauty of a panel. You can roll a tape back. So that's the beauty of a panel. We all have different opinions. I said, we do not need to try to convince each other of each other's sides and opinions.
And I agree with that completely. I feel like my issue is, and maybe it's possible that I am very hostile on this panel because sometimes I do feel like I have opposing views when it comes to certain things. And a lot of times my viewpoint are challenged over and over again to the point where I feel like I have to defend myself. And the statement that I feel like Sweeney made, I feel like that was a very strong statement to make, especially when I am a person who is, when it comes to my community and when it comes to kids or when it comes to women or when it comes to men who have ever been in situations where something has been done to them in an unconsensual manner, I within my community, I accompany those people to the hospitals. I accompany those people to the police stations to get whatever needs to be done to process them through that situation to the best way they can possible. But for you to try to make a point, to try to accuse me of saying that it like, oh, is it not terroristic for you to say it's okay for men to be taken advantage of by trans people? That's a very low blow, bro. That's low.
Yeah, you keep misquoting me. You keep misquoting me. I said you were very dismissive on that show. I didn't say
that's low.
I said you were dismissive, and you can call it
So
low.
how was she maybe we should understand. So in your opinion, why did you think that she was dismissive? What did she do in particular to make her seem like she was dismissive to that situation?
I explained it earlier.
So what did she do? I didn't hear you.
I explained it earlier. When somebody brought up Cardi B as far as being problematic, and they said, yeah, she used to drug and rob men and have transgender people rape them, Andrea responded with, that's a part of the culture. Well, that's a part of that culture. That was the dismissive part. Dismissed it by saying that's a part of the culture. It was, and as a matter of fact, the person who brought up Cardi B was Ali Dream. She was the one that brought up Cardi B. And Andrea responded by saying, well, that's a part of the culture. And I was
That's
like,
not true.
I find that interesting. As a matter of fact, I can't remember who in the chat brought it up, was like, damn, that's fucked up. And I said, don't worry about it. It's gonna come up back. It's gonna come back up one day.
I will never talk to you again.
So with that being said, earlier, I've always stated that she was dismissive of it. I never said she said she was okay, or I can't believe that you're okay with. I said, I find it interesting that you were dismissive of this while also calling Kevin Samuels a terrorist. Aren't you doing the very thing that you are accusing him of?
So when we had this conversation, a person being raped by a transgender never came into the conversation because that's not what Cardi B said. What Cardi B said is when she was dancing, she had to actually, she engaged in behavior where people were drugged and she robbed them. And I said, when you're in a dancing culture like that and you're in a strip club and stuff like that, that's not uncommon for something like that to happen, because it does happen when you're in that line of work, because I've seen it done before. But this whole, no, excuse me, I'm not finished. But for you to then add something like people being raped by transgender people and to put that never was a part of the conversation. Ever. That's not something she stated, and that's not something we discussed on this panel. So for you to add that in here and say that I somehow was dismissive of people being taken advantage of in an unconsensual way, I feel like that's really low, and I feel like that's disgusting.
Well, then at that point, you're not taking accountability for what you said.
You're gross.
So let's look at it this way, okay? So if somebody said, "Oh, there was shooting in a neighborhood that's kind of got that going on," and I say, "Well, oh, that's a part of that culture," you know, I don't know.
There's some truth to that.
It's the truth to it, right? I don't think that she was saying. I think she was just saying in that culture of stripping. Now that I know what that means, because I when you said that, I was like, well, what is that? You know, but what it sounds like it's saying is in the culture of being in the strip club, that happens a lot. You know, it's not to say that it's great that it's happening, but that's the culture of being in that atmosphere. That I think that's what she was trying to say.
You keep using logic, and she's in her emotions right now. Y'all not talking the same language. That's why you can't get to a middle ground.
Yeah,
it's not gonna work. You can talk about
it that way.
Feelings are hurt. Then
I could be
what you have to do.
That's why when I speak, I'm not talking to her. Everything I said was for the audience. It's not to her. It wasn't a lie. You were dismissive.
We never talked about transgender people raping men.
I didn't say that. I said
you said that.
Hey,
I said
y'all just kind of careful with the wordplay.
When somebody
threw the R word around a lot, we threw the R word and then connected it to something else. That's a bad look because you're trying to get a yellow tag. Take it easy.
Hey, you know what would have helped? Tact. We brought it all back. We brought it all back. Tact would have helped. In both.
All right, y'all.
Yeah,
I think we had
we just
enough.
did a hug.
But if
virtual
you
So yeah.
Just apologize, Sweeney. I don't think she's telling you she didn't mean it that way.
Andrea, I apologize.
Not the same person. This is why.
I'm not catering. Come on now, y'all want to cater to somebody?
Andrea, he's too logical.
It's not look. So it's not that. So listen.
I could give you something you could feel like apologizing for, Sweeney. All right, look. Neither one of you play around with grape culture, right? Right. I know you're a strong advocate against that, right? You don't co-sign grape culture at all, right, Sweeney?
Absolutely not.
Okay. If you felt like someone accused you of saying, yeah, go grape these women, would you not want that to be corrected and be offended by me making that accusation against you?
If I said that, then I would expect them to say that about me.
She didn't say that.
That's kind of how she feels.
Now y'all understand what I said. I said she was dismissive. When
I get you.
Says, okay, then. So if I say that you are dismissive by saying, well, that's a part of that culture, that's being dismissive of it. When it was especially on that show, especially on that show when we was just having a conversation about grape culture and what happens to women. So when Ali brought it up and she was like, well, that's a part of that culture, I said, well, damn. That's this.
We never discussed anybody being taken unconsensually. We've never talked about that on this panel. Especially not when it comes. You know what? For you, it's so dangerous for you to even start making those type of comments.
Good night, everybody. I got 3 more hours of sleep left. Good night.
So Andrea, all right, good night, Miss Taken. So Andrea, if a man would come on camera and start hurling ad hominems at you or denigrating you in a way that you felt was a misrepresentation of you, would you be extremely offended by that?
I'm offended when it comes to somebody saying an unconsensual thing I said out of my mouth. I'm offended by that, especially when it comes to transgender people, because I advocate for people within my community of the LGBTQ community. So for you to even put that stigma that they go around taking people unconsensually and that I co-signed that, I feel like that's really disgusting.
You notice how she keep using, she's purposely keep saying co-signing and okay rather than a word that I actually used, which was dismissive.
But so listen. So okay. But she has clarified that statement several times that she just made a statement. It wasn't supposed to come off that way. Okay, misunderstood you. We understand you now. What are we doing here? This is
we never even
Let's
discussed
get
that.
the super chat read, y'all.
If a woman was
We never even discussed that.
Because we
Part
all
of
dismiss
tact was
it at
knowing when
some
to be
point. I
quiet.
mean,
So maybe
think about
you
it.
passed
In that
that point.
case, everybody is dismissive on a point. Because sometimes you just don't have more to say, like, than what you say. It doesn't mean you don't care about it. It's just that's what I have to contribute to it at this point. Like, I don't know. It's just
we can't be serious.
We never even discussed that. We've never discussed no transgender
We can't ever
taking
come to a
somebody
solution,
unconsensually.
and this is
Never. She's telling you that's not how she felt.
Go ahead.
Feelings. I don't hear nothing else but feelings, Sweeney.
Huh?
I don't hear nothing else but feelings, Sweeney. If you don't talk feelings, we don't hear no more.
That's not a feeling. That's somebody literally saying they was being dismissive. If some woman came up here and said, "Yeah, women get taken advantage of in a club. They always getting their stuff be going in their drinks and stuff like that," and I said, "Oh, that's a part of the culture."
She's hurt because you accused her feelings.
If I was to say that, well, she could have her feelings, but what I said wasn't true. Wasn't.
This is how men are. They're like, well, you hurt. Oh well, figure it out.
It's not that my feelings
If what I said was false, then I would.
It's not that my feelings
Look,
is hurt.
I'm wrong. What I said is the truth.
It's not that my feelings are hurt. It's the fact that, first of all, we never even discussed anything like that. We talked about what happens in the strip club where men do get drugged and robbed, but we've never discussed the second portion about somebody being taken unconsensually. We've never discussed that. So to me, I feel like he's literally lying on me to try to invalidate what I'm saying, to try to make me guilty of something.
Let's get to the super chat.
Brought up how Cardi B is a problem.
Yeah, I think listen, no. We hear what you're saying, but it is when you're saying it's dismissive, it's making it sound like she just did not care. Like, and she's trying to tell you that's not at all. It's the listen. I know it's you because you're like you said, you're word playing, right? We can do this all night long. The girl does not want to be associated with that type of listen to what I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Out here,
she just clarified. Even if she said that's not what she meant, you understand? You took it wrong.
Let it think that she wrong. Do the men think that Sweeney should apologize, or he should just stand on the square? That's what I want to know. Do the men think? Who agrees?
I think they should both apologize so they can come to a common understanding. Because again, I think that the back and forth, regardless of what either one of them has said, has devolved into something that both is worthy of apology because they're operating from a tone of anger. Like, so they not, because the apology isn't to say I'm wrong. The apology is to I validate that you feel this way, and I'm not attempting to make you feel that way. That's what the apology would be for, not specifically for woo. And that's how you could come to a common understanding. You like, look, I didn't say that. And if you heard that, that's not what I meant. I'm not trying to put that off on you. And if it even comes off that way, let me correct it. I don't, in both ways. Like, that's not what I'm trying to do. My goal ain't to villainize you. My goal ain't to say you good with grape culture. My goal ain't to say you a terrible human being. But because I was emotional or triggered or angry or wanting to get a got you moment, it came off that way. And to pull it back, this is how we will pull it back.
No,
I think for something this serious, that y'all both feel as this was really serious between y'all. I think y'all just mean what you say and stand on your word.
I believe that me having an opinion, I don't feel that I owe him an apology because this is stemming from me having my own personal opinion about Kevin Samuel's thought process when it comes to women. So him trying to invalidate or get at me and my personal opinion about somebody whole else that he is not even related to in any type of way or whatever, for him to try to take my opinion of someone else and try to villainize me, like I'm okay with somebody, like accuse me of something as heinous as taking people unconsensually, I don't feel like I owe him an apology for that. Because at this point, I'm reacting to something he's accused me of. And that's a crime.
Notice how she keeps changing the language?
That is a whole crime.
Notice how she keeps changing the language.
You know what y'all got to do?
Please read the super chat,
Y'all
bro.
probably just got to hit the. Well, if you want my opinion, I don't believe in apologies. I don't think that's going to get them anywhere. What I do think they need to do is go in the back chat, call each other up, DM, whatever, if they so please, and then just hash it out. Like the apology is not going to do anything, and it don't mean anything. I don't. If I didn't do anything wrong, I would never apologize. Let them do it. Let them hash it out if they have to, and if they choose not to, then that's cool too.
Honestly, I think we should roll the clip. I think we should find a clip one day and
What she said, he said what she said in the clip.
No, grow the clip and let's put money up. Since we so big and bold, let's put money on the table. Let's put money on the table and find a clip of me saying I co-signed somebody being taken advantage of in an unconsensual manner. Put money up.
Bro, you said it on this show.
Put money up then and find the clip.
You said it on this show.
How much you want to put on the table?
No $10 cash app.
You said
how much you want to put on the table?
That's why Shan just said that you missed.
How much you want to put on the table?
How much would you put up, Andrea?
I think we need to put the super chats. We need some super chats. If y'all want to see the rump at the clip.
The money part. We gotta resolve this.
A band. I'll put up a band.
That's a lot of work for JR to do.
You silly, bro.
You said a band, bro. Sweetie, 1,000. She said,
bro.
Bet it up.
Not for the BS. $105. Kevin Samuel's birthday was just yesterday. Hang it up. Hang up the smart blind. 100. Kenneth Percival. $2. Casey, check her. Andrea. Dub Will, $5. Bruiser, you should have let Casey finish before going to Andrea. Do better. Andrea got some fans up in here. Hink the basement, $2. MLG is out here trying to put dirt on my name. Kenneth Percival, $5. Andrea, you as dense as 2 nickels. Terrorist. Shan, everybody like a spoonful of honey. When it's tough love, he's horrible. Shaking my head. Zamaya Jackson, $5. That was me, Casey. Respect is earned, even for myself. I do not know these Negroes on these panels. They are condescending, never respecting bullies.
Cookie, it wasn't you. It was the other girl. You chimed in with her, but it was not girl. I'm
No,
sorry.
she's
It was
talking
the
about a
other
different
lady on that
Sunday show.
No, I
Casey
know.
Lemon.
No, I know what show you're talking about. The Sunday show she was on. It wasn't her.
Are you
though.
talking about? You saw it? You saw the clip?
Yeah. It wasn't. Cookie agreed with her, but it wasn't Cookie.
Tell 1960. I'm sorry. Damn. Tell 9265. $2. 2 euros. To liken him to Saddam is wild. Legit wild. Yeah. Christopher Biddle. Bet she gotta say nothing but good things about me in the whole show.
And vice versa. I think that's a fair bet. That whoever lose that bet got to just say nothing but good stuff about the opposite gender the entire show and take their side the entire show.
I like that bet.
Okay. Well, I didn't do that. Somebody else did it. I guess that's it for the super chat. All right, y'all. We appreciate y'all pulling up. We will acknowledge the super chats on Twitter at a later time. No, I'm just kidding.
Are we gonna pull that footage up though? Are we gonna do that for real?
You know what? I don't have the footage. I mean, I would, if I had it, I would have most definitely played it to see what happened. But what was it recent? Was it a recent show?
It was in the last 4 months. It was like 3 to 4 months ago.
It was one of the last shows that Ali was on.
I didn't see the show y'all talking about.
Who else was on there? Who else was on there, Sweeney?
Okay, so what's the exact?
I don't know.
Y'all gotta
on the show. I just remember that Ali was on the show, and Ali was the one that brought up Cardi B because it was a subject we was talking about. Ali brought up and said, "Yeah, Cardi B. No, we ain't gonna talk about her because Cardi B used to rob and drug men and this, that, and the third." And then she responded with, "Well, that's a part of the culture." Now, mind you, this was after we had just had a conversation about, you know what I mean, about grape culture in regards to women. And you can see, if you look on the show, my facial expression said it all. And what's good is that you can actually play the live chat. I can't remember exactly who said it in the live chat, but it was like, I can't believe she just said that. And I was like, I know it's gonna come up.
Oh.
I'm gonna put. I said, put a pin in it. I responded to the chat. I said, put a pin in it because I'm gonna bring it up again one day. I know.
So did she say Cardi B said that she drugged and robbed men, or did she say that she drugged and robbed men and left them to be taken advantage of sexually by transgender people?
Cardi B is not a good person because she drugged and robbed men.
And what about this other part about people being taken advantage of unconsensually?
Let Bruiser read the rest of the super chats. It was a lot of them.
Oh shit! Somebody put them back up. I read this one already. What's the next one? Next one was the Euros, and then we had Kenneth Percival. Ruth, you are not quoting Kevin Samuels right. Please stop. Kenneth Percival, $2, and those women never stop calling in. Tail 92, 65, €2. Kevin Samuels was like the father figure these bras needed. Dirty South, H56, $5. So Ruth and Andrea, did y'all have this same energy when women was running around bashing men since the 70s? Y'all get amnesia real quick, conveniently. La Creme Nation, La Creme, or whatever you want to call it. $2. Kevin Samuels promoted the nuclear family, and y'all opposed it. Dirty South, H56, $5. Women been poisoning other women's mindset for decades, and it wasn't a problem. Kevin Samuels had a 2-year stretch, and all of a sudden, he's the biggest terrorist. Kenneth Percival, $2. Their issue is that Kevin Samuels opened up our eyes. Chad Poole, $5. Nobody was talking about high-value men before Kevin Samuels. We was talking about educated men versus Pookie and Ray Ray. La Creme Nation, $2. The ancestors froze Andrea's stream. Congo English, $5. Well said, Ruth. La Creme Nation, $2. Trev, appreciate it, bro, 100. Harrison Davis, $2. Shannon's enjoying her snacks amidst the drama. LOL.
Eating that popcorn.
Congo English, $5. Andrea on the panel and Lady D in the chat. You all right? Iyanla Van Zant is available. Congo and English, $5. Sweeney, she trying to set you up. Falling in front of you and claiming you hit her.
Right.
Hink the basement, $2. Andrea is the devil.
Yo, that's the devil.
Fuck you mean, CA, $5. Black women, the most proposed to women on the planet. They don't know how to be wives, and that's sad as AF.
Really?
Mills, 36, $2. Andrea, if you would jump off, just say that. LOL. Hink the basement, $2. Why are you kiss this heifer ass? She the devil. Kenneth Percival, $2. Mistaken, you are my hero. Protect the village. Nasim, $2. Andrea Bin Laden. Darwin's is greater than Bruiser. Ruth, peace. Or Kenneth Percival, $2. Sweeney, do not apologize for the truth.
I wouldn't.
That is the last super chat. We like to say we appreciate the panelists for holding it down. Those who came and left, we appreciate y'all too. We appreciate everybody in the chat who rocked with us all the way. Appreciate all the donations from the super chat. Love y'all. This is Lapeef Let's Talk on Lapeef Network. We will see y'all on the next one. Peace. And something's supposed to happen after this.
Okay, I'll turn it off. Let me just.
Okay.